Chapter 1746. Meteon was defeated. Yang Wu's primal chaos thunder domain was simply too powerful, and the omnipresent lightning forks had astonishing destructive power. Even if Meteon used his full strength, he was unable to resist and was blasted into a charred monkey. You admit it. Yang Wu put away his primal chaos thunder domain and cupped his fist towards Meteon. You're very good. Meteon responded with difficulty before rushing out of the battle stage and returning to heal his wounds. Now, he couldn't show his face in public. Being beaten like this in front of his own home was simply too shameful. Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother is invincible, Sun Do shouted desperately. The ape and monkey clan members felt extremely bored and prepared to disperse one by one. One of them shouted, "It's inexcusable for a human to behave so atrociously in our territory. Let's go together and take him down." As soon as the creature finished speaking, a powerful force slammed into its body, causing it to almost break apart. A loss is a loss. Don't try to use this opportunity to make trouble. Meteon's voice came. Yang Wu is our ape and monkey clan's honored guest. Like this, the other ape and monkey clan members didn't dare to have any objections. Meteon had already admitted defeat, so what was there to argue about? "If you want to touch my big brother, you'll have to ask my heaven reverse rod first," Sun Do shouted. These ape and monkey clan members didn't dare to provoke Sun Do and all scattered. "Big brother, are you all right?" Sun Do came over to Yang Wu and asked, "What'd be wrong?" "You, on the other hand, your strength has improved quite quickly." Yang Wu patted Sun Do on the shoulder and said, "Compared to Big Brother, I'm still far worse. Come, let's go to my house and talk." The place Sun Do lived in was really good. It was a unique spirit mountain that had been built into a human palace, and a group of subordinates he had recruited had gathered here. "Greetings, Sect Master." These creatures greeted in unison after seeing Sun Do. "Shoo shoo. How many times have I said it? I'm just a vice Sect Master. This is your real Sect Master. Come and greet Sect Master Yang Wu," Sun Do said to these creatures. These creatures did not dare to hesitate. They hurriedly knelt before Yang Wu. "Greetings, Sect Leader Yang Wu." "Sun Do, what's going on?" Yang Wu asked in confusion. "Don't you remember the Marquis gang that we established? They're the members of our Martial Marquis group. I'm the vice group leader, you are the group leader." Sun Do said, It's rare for you to remember this." Not bad, not bad." Yang Wu laughed heartily. After the two of them entered Sun Do's palace, there were apes and monkeys carrying spirit fruits and spirit jelly to greet Yang Wu and Yu Huaijin. "Looks like you're doing pretty well here," Yang Wu said. "Big brother, I had to fight my way up here in order to have my own palace. Otherwise, how could I have a place to stay? The people here only listen to their fists," Sun Do replied. "Well, it seems like you haven't had it easy all these years, but you've finally made it. Congratulations. I'm still a far cry from Big Brother. Where is Big Brother now? How'd he find this place?" The two of them chatted back and forth, simply recounting their experiences. They both lamented that it wasn't easy for everyone. When Yang Wu mentioned that he wanted to return to the Medicine God Palace, Sun Do expressed that he wanted to follow him. He didn't want to stay in this place any longer, as it was meaningless. Yang Wu lacked capable people by his side, so he was naturally willing to go with him. It just depended on whether or not the ape tribe was willing to let him go. "To be honest, I'm not that important here. If I want to leave, no one will care," Sun Do said. "Who said no one will care? Have you asked me where you're going?" A saint spirit with a shocking aura came to Sun Do's palace and said. This was Do Yin, who brought Sun Do to the ape tribe. He had already finished his seclusion and broke through to the true God realm. His battle power had increased by who knew how many times. Yang Wu felt that the pressure that Do Yin gave him was much stronger than Yu Shizhan's. He thought to himself, he's not a normal true god. Back then, you didn't let my big brother take me away. I haven't settled that score yet. Now you want to care about me. Sun Do glared at Do Yin and shouted in dissatisfaction. So what? You're my junior. If I don't take you away, I'll watch you die. Do Yin replied. Then, he looked at Yang Wu and said, You're not bad. You reached this step in such a short time. But you don't have the right to take Sun Do away. What if I have to? Yang Wu narrowed his eyes and said. This time, he was really angry. It was fine that the other party didn't talk about the Tao, but he didn't care about Sun Do's feelings. As his big brother, he had to take revenge for him. Then you have to get past me first, Do Yin said coldly. Don't hurt my big brother. Otherwise, you'll be my enemy. Sun Do said angrily. It's not that easy for him to hurt me. Yang Wu replied. The Yu Yin true god spear appeared in his hand. The restrictions on the divine spear were quickly removed. The power of the true god spear exploded. He was not afraid of Do Yin at all. In desperation, he even summoned his immortal weapon, the electric fork. He wasn't afraid of Do Yin at all. You can defeat Mi Tian because Mi Tian hasn't reached the true god realm. I'm a true god. No matter how strong your weapon is, it can't make up for the gap. Do Yin sneered. Then let's try. Yang Wu wouldn't give up. The blood, chaos, divine, lightning lingered around him. The immortal weapon, the electric fork, was ready to rush out of his body at any time. Do Yin suddenly retracted his aura and smiled. It seems that your strength is not bad. Sun Do should also go to other places in the divine realm. Let him go with you. However, if he loses a single strand of hair, I will not let you go. After saying that, he disappeared. What's this? Sun Do said blankly. It's a test. He's afraid that I can't take care of you. Yang Wu replied. With my strength, I have no problem protecting myself in the god realm. Why would I need to take care of me? Besides, after I came here, he didn't take care of me. Don't say that. I think he cares about you very much. Before leaving the Ape Monkey clan, Sun Do took Yang Wu to stroll around this place for a few days. Yang Wu also obtained some divine items from here. In addition, he also used the identity of Sun Do's big brother to refine some divine pills for the Ape Monkey clan. He used the divine pills to exchange for their unique divine items. When Yang Wu's identity as a divine alchemist was exposed, the Ape Monkey clan became much more enthusiastic about Yang Wu. Compared to Do Yin, who was a half-baked alchemist, Yang Wu was more professional. He could refine fourth and fifth tribulation divine pills, which opened their eyes. They all rushed to buy the pills crazily. Sun Do was Yang Wu's brother, so he immediately became the target of the Ape Monkey clan. Brother Sun Do, the two of us are so close. Can you help me ask divine alchemist Yang Wu for a furnace of pills? I'll prepare the herbs myself. Grandpa Sun Do, I just want a divine pill to raise my realm. I'll do whatever you want. Handsome and mighty Grandpa Sun, as long as you're willing to help me ask for a divine pill, I'll marry my most beautiful sister to you. How about it? Sun Do finally had a feeling of exaltation and praised in his heart. Big brother is indeed big brother. He finally subdued these bastards for me. In the past, no matter how he fought, he couldn't convince these guys. Now that Yang Wu came out, he immediately settled these guys. Yang Wu didn't mind refining a few more furnaces of pills for the Ape Monkey clan. It could be considered a little repayment for the care they gave Sun Do. Mi Tian appeared again, and with him was the old patriarch of the Ape Monkey clan, a true god powerhouse. This could be considered that Yang Wu had obtained the approval of the Ape Monkey clan. The old patriarch received Yang Wu grandly and communicated with Yang Wu about a lot of transaction matters. As a senior elder of the Medicine God Temple, it wasn't difficult for Yang Wu to make some transactions with the Ape Monkey clan. Sun Do transmitted his voice to Yang Wu. This clan is brave and aggressive, but they do things very sincerely. They mean what they say and don't beat around the bush. If Big Brother thinks it's appropriate, there's no harm in cooperating. Okay, Yang Wu agreed. Just like this, Yang Wu agreed to the transaction agreement with the Ape Monkey clan, but there was a condition. It had to be centered around Sun Do, and Sun Do had to handle these transactions. Otherwise, there was no need to discuss anything. This meant that Yang Wu's transaction with the Ape Monkey clan was because of Sun Do's face. The old patriarch of the Ape Monkey clan naturally had no objections. As long as he could establish a relationship with the Medicine God Temple, everything else was easy to discuss. After both sides signed the contract, Yang Wu received another batch of high-grade herbs from the Ape Monkey clan. It could be considered some gifts from the Ape Monkey clan. Yang Wu didn't reject them and kept them all. Then, Yang Wu talked about the alliance between the Ape Monkey clan and the Moon Fox clan. This was what Yu Huijin begged him to do. If the Moon Fox clan established a relationship with the Ape Monkey clan, the Sky Wolf clan wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. Yang Wu felt that it wasn't a big deal, so he mentioned it to the old patriarch. The old patriarch didn't have any objections. Although the Moon Fox clan wasn't as strong as the Ape Monkey clan, they weren't weak either. The benefits of the alliance outweighed the disadvantages. Because of this, Yu Huijin hugged Yang Wu and kissed him several times, almost pouncing on him. For the alliance between the two clans, Yang Wu stayed for half a month until the Moon Fox clan's Yushijin came and signed the alliance with the Ape Monkey clan. Only then did he feel at ease to bring Sun Do and Yu Huijin back to the Medicine God Temple. Yang Wu's quiet return to the Medicine God Temple caused quite a stir. The news of him being the son of Providence had already spread. However, Qiao Yinyun said that his providence had been stolen by the Purple Firmament Palace. True God Yin Yufan of the Cloud Clan also confirmed that Yang Wu had been imprisoned by the Purple Firmament Palace for a period of time, and his providence had been stolen by them. The Purple Firmament Palace was already in a terrible fix because of this. Not only did they have to face the Heavenly Thunder sect's coercion, but they might also have to face the suppression of the other temples. They didn't know what to do. Yang Wu didn't care about this. He had to think about how to gain a foothold in the Medicine God Temple and find a way to obtain his own land. Only then could he open the void array between the Divine Firmament battlefield and the Divine World. He directly went to find his master, Qiao Yinyun, and asked, "Master, I want a piece of land." Qiao Yinyun was still so beautiful, and this figure was just her clone. It wasn't her real body. Why don't you just look for Elder Dan? He has such a high status. Wouldn't it be easy for him to get a piece of land? Qiao Yinyun replied, "I want our Wonder Life Hall's land, but I need your approval first. All right, go to the mission hall and get the corresponding mission points. I'll give you as much land as you want." Chapter 1747. As one of the 5 great sacred halls, the Medicine God Hall occupied an entire province. It was more than 5 times larger than a province like Luo Province. It wasn't difficult for Yang Wu to obtain a fief. He only needed to complete certain missions and use the contribution point from the missions to exchange for it at the Sacred Hall. As a senior elder, he had the qualifications to do so. However, it wasn't easy to complete the corresponding missions. Yang Wu went to the mission hall. His eyes widened when he saw the missions posted. A town requires 10,000 divine pills of third tribulation and above to exchange for it. A county requires 30,000 divine pills of fourth tribulation and above, and 100 divine pills of third tribulation and above to exchange for it. A prefecture requires 100,000 divine pills of fourth tribulation and above, or 100 true God pills to exchange for it. Yang Wu didn't want a town or a county. He wanted a prefecture more. He didn't expect the requirements to be so high. How many years would it take for him to accumulate enough divine pills of fourth tribulation? As for true God pills, he only needed 100, but the difficulty was many times higher. I already have the ability to fight with a true God. Maybe I can improve my alchemy ability and have a higher chance of winning. Yang Wu thought to himself. Before that, he planned to change to a county and improve his alchemy ability. It wouldn't be too late to change to a prefecture. Many of the 30,000 divine pills of fourth tribulation and above could be refined. Those divine pills weren't too difficult for many divine elders. At that point, it wouldn't be difficult to change to a county. The divine world was vast and abundant in resources. There was no lack of land. As long as one had the strength, one could occupy a land and become a king. The premise was that one could compete with other clans. It wasn't strange for a divine apothecary to own a county. In the Medicine God Province, many counties had been bestowed to some divine apothecaries. These divine apothecaries would lead their clansmen or descendants to reproduce and become a family or a force. These forces were all affiliated with the Medicine God Hall. At the same time, they also competed for positions in the Medicine God Hall. Among those hall masters, there were a few who owned several manors, and those places were all under his jurisdiction. Qiao Yinyun became famous early. Moreover, she was still very young and unmarried. She also had a land bestowed to her. However, she never paid attention to it and left it to her subordinates to manage. It was not impossible for her to give Yongwu a piece of land to manage, but if Yongwu wanted his own land, it would be better for him to fight for it. It would be more legitimate. Thus, Yongwu spent half a year refining 10,000 Fourth Tribulation Divine Pills and 100 Divine Pills. She handed them over to the mission hall and exchanged them for contribution points. Then, she went to her master to exchange them for a county. Her master didn't have any objections at all and directly threw out a few places for him to choose. Some counties were too remote and barren, so no one had set their eyes on them. They were controlled by a few small powers. The good counties were relatively more popular, but it was not easy to obtain them. Those places were vacant because the original divine alchemist had died in an accident or because he was no longer in that place, so no one had occupied it for the time being. It was not difficult to obtain a territory, but it was not easy to have absolute control over it. Yongwu chose an inconspicuous county called Taishan County. Taishan County was close to the Taishan mountain range. It was an ancient mountain range that was occupied by a large number of foreign races and demon clans. For alchemists, the geographical location was an advantage, but at the same time, it was very dangerous. There were many powerful foreign races, and it was not easy to manage. Many divine alchemists didn't want to go to such a dangerous place. Qiao Yinyin also didn't want to cheat her disciple, so she roughly told him about the situation in Taishan County, but Yongwu still insisted on going. She didn't force him and let him go, but she also didn't let him go alone. Instead, she sent him a true, God-level protector to go with him. Qiao Yinyin was very kind to Yongwu, and they had a teacher-disciple relationship. Yongwu silently accepted this kindness. A true God-level protector was definitely a great treatment. Yongwu was ready to go to Taishan County, and Nanshi took the initiative to ask to go with him. He refused at first, but she didn't give him a reason to refuse. She didn't want to work behind closed doors. She wanted to go out and train more, so she chose to stay in Taishan County. At present, for her, improving her strength was the most important thing. Only by improving her strength could her alchemy ability be improved. Qiao Yinyin also supported Nanshi to go out more and not stay in a medicine god hall all the time. It was not easy to improve her realm. Since Qiao Yinyin had spoken, how could Yongwu refuse? Before Nanshi accompanied Yongwu to leave, Qiao Yinyin said to her proudest disciple, "Little Shishi, Master has created an opportunity for you. If you can't take down this Yongwu, then don't blame me." Nanshi blushed and said, "Master, what opportunity? I don't know what you're talking about." "Pretend. You keep pretending. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Yongwu left for a long time, and you were always absent-minded. After he came back, you stared at him every day. How can you be in the mood to cultivate?" Qiao Yinyin said, and then she said to herself, "If I were a little younger, I wouldn't want to let go of such a handsome and capable young man." "Master, do you also think Yongwu is good? It's a pity that he already has someone he loves," Nanshi said with a trace of sadness. "So what? If a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them. If a woman pursues a man, there's a veil between them. I don't believe that he won't cheat. If he dares to cheat, then you can catch him. Is this really okay? Whether it's true or not, you'll know when you try it." Taishan County was located at a corner of the Divine Realm, close to the Taishan mountain range. The Divine Realm was a prefectural city directly under the jurisdiction of the Wonderful Life Temple. There were countless creatures and many forces gathered together, forming an extremely lively and prosperous place. After Yongwu got a county, he signed a contract with the Medicine God Temple and then went to the Divine Realm Lord to get approval. Only then could he designate that county as his own territory. Because of Yongwu's popularity and his relationship with Qiao Yinyin, the Divine Realm Lord did not make any trouble. He directly gave his seal of approval and gave Taishan County to Yongwu. In this way, Yongwu took Sun Do, Yu Huaijin, Nanshi, Huashinsi, and other members of the Wuhou faction to Taishan County. Before this, after he made a name for himself in the Medicine God Temple, many people joined the Wuhou faction. Nanshi and Huashensi were both active members, and they roped in a group of outstanding alchemists. Most of these alchemists were young, and there were some inner disciples and some outer disciples. Nanshi's status was extraordinary, and she could teach these people. Huashensi had been taught by Yang Wu and became an inner disciple. He knew how powerful Yang Wu was, and he bragged for him, making more people believe in Yang Wu's ability. Yang Wu wanted them to work hard, so he naturally had to give them some benefits. Before they left, Yang Wu had already preached to them, and these people were even more loyal to Yang Wu. After all, Yang Wu already had very strong alchemy ability, and he was known as the most outstanding young alchemist in the Medicine God Temple in 1,000 years. He was not inferior to his master, Qiao Yinyan. Now that they were clinging to Yang Wu, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages for them. Once Yang Wu became a true god-level alchemist, it was very likely that he would become a lord in the future. At that time, it would be too late for them to cling to him. Yang Wu and a group of 100 people came to Taishan County. Before they entered Taishan County, a group of creatures appeared and stopped them. This group of creatures was led by a silver-horned oxman. This was an alien creature with 2 ox horns on his head. He looked like an ox demon in human form. In fact, he was not an oxman, nor was he an oxman. He was a natural-born alien. This county is already our territory. If you want to enter, you have to pay the toll, the silver-horned oxman in the lead said in a booming voice. There were not many of them, but each of them had a powerful aura. They each carried a war weapon and war armor. They were obviously not easy to deal with. Sun Do held the sky-fighting staff and shouted, "Where did you come from? Don't you know who we are? How dare you block our way and rob us? You must be tired of living. I don't care who you are. As long as you are alive, you have to pay the toll if you want to enter the county. Otherwise, get the hell out of here," the silver-horned oxman responded. "You are really arrogant. Let me meet you." Huashensi was the first to lose his patience. He shouted and waved his fists at the silver-horned oxman. He was originally a divine son. Even when he was making pills, he had never stopped cultivating his combat ability. Powerful firepower swept out in all directions, and the overbearing fists of fire bombarded the silver-horned oxman. "It seems that you're going to be punished. Go!" The silver-horned oxman shouted and ordered the silver-horned oxman behind him. Dozens of silver-horned oxmen raised their war flags at the same time and released a powerful force. They formed a battle matrix and surrounded Huashensi. This battle matrix was definitely not ordinary. When they worked together, the power that burst out was enough to threaten top-tier God-State warriors. No wonder they were so arrogant. After all, top-tier God-State warriors were rare in a county. They did not expect that there were true gods in Yang Wu's group. An alchemist from the Wuhou clan shouted, "It's a gang fight. Let's go." Although they were alchemists, their combat ability was definitely not ordinary. Many of them had reached the God State. With such combat ability, there was no reason to be afraid of these silver-horned oxmen. "You don't have to do it," Yang Wu said to these people. He then said to Sun Do, "Teach them a lesson. Beat them until they are scared. It is not a bad idea to let them become part of the Wuhou clan's guards." "Okay, I will take them all down immediately." Sun Do shouted and rushed into the battlefield with his sky-fighting staff. When he released his aura, it immediately suppressed the aura of the silver-horned oxman. "Eat my staff." Sun Do's battle aura surged. His staff kept getting bigger and bigger, and he smashed it at the battle matrix. Bang! Chapter 1748. The Silverhorn Bull tribe was powerful, but the most powerful one was only a high-level god. With Sun Do attacking, they could not resist. One strike, 2 strikes, and the battle formation of the Silverhorn Bull tribe was broken. The people of the Wuhou clan were completely stunned when they saw this scene. They could not imagine that Sun Do's strength would be so freakish. Many Silverhorn Bull tribe were killed, and most of them suffered injuries of varying degrees. So strong. Huashensi could not help but exclaim after feeling Sun Do's combat effectiveness. All this time, he had not looked at the deputy leader who had suddenly appeared. Now, Sun Do's attack made him look at him seriously. He was indeed very powerful. Just as Sun Do was about to suppress them, A silver light swept out and shrouded Sundo. It was a silver horn staff, and the power contained in it was also extraordinary. Sundo used his rod to block in front of him, blocking the attack of the silver horned rod. Sundo felt the powerful force coming and shouted excitedly, "This is interesting. Let's fight." "Suppress you." The Silverhorn Bull tribe, who rushed out of the county, roared. This Silverhorn Bull tribe was the most powerful existence in the county. He was a high-level god-level Silverhorn Bull tribe and a martial god-level creature. He was the leader of the Silverhorn Bull tribe, and his name was Taigon. Taigon came from the Taishan mountain range and was the divine son of the Silverhorn Bull tribe. He held a silver horn staff in one hand and wore a silver cape. His battle chi was very strong. He dragged a silver tower with his other hand and angrily covered Sundo. This was a true god-level silver tower. Endless silver light shrouded Sundo, and he had nowhere to escape. "You want to suppress me? You're still not qualified," Sundo replied as he threw out a walk. This was a true god-level walk given to him by Douyin. It was different from the one Yang Wu had, but they were both true god-level existences. Boom! The two true god-level weapons collided and caused a huge commotion, which frightened the creatures of Taishan County. Taigon's strength was extraordinary. He kept fighting with Sundo, and there was no clear winner. Seeing this, Yang Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "This creature is very strong." Now, what he lacked the most was manpower. The people he had brought from the Transcendence were all in the divine firmament battlefield. They were not able to help him. Ziyu was also in the chaotic lightning sea. Besides Sundo and Yu Huijin, there were not many people who could help him. If he could take down this silver-horned bull man, he might be able to turn him into a blade, an incomparably sharp blade. "Young Master Yang, do you want to make a move?" the true god-level protector asked. "No need," Yang Wu replied. If Sundo couldn't even take down this silver-horned bull man, then he wouldn't be Sundo. Sure enough, after a fierce battle, Sundo began to gain the upper hand. Just as Sundo was about to take down his opponent burst out with the power of his talent and almost killed Sundo. Sundo also used his fiery eyes to take down that silver-horned bullman. "I'm the prince of the silver-horned bullman clan. If you dare to kill me, the silver-horned bullman clan will not let you go." After Taigon was taken down by Sundo, he shouted loudly. Sundo smashed him to the ground and shouted, "The silver-horned bullman clan is nothing. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will destroy your entire clan." Yang Wu rushed over and said calmly, "Join our Wuho gang, and you will have everything you want. You want to recruit me? What makes you think you are?" Taigon replied firmly, "Just based on the fact that I'm an emperor-level pharmacist of the Medicine God Temple, and it won't be long before I become a true god-level pharmacist. Don't tell me that I'm not worthy of you following me." Yang Wu revealed a badge and calmly said. Taigon's eyes widened. "You are an emperor-level pharmacist?" "That's right." Yang Wu nodded. "So what?" Taigon said disapprovingly. Before he could finish his words, Sundo Zhantian cudgel hit him on the head, and his head was smashed and bleeding. "My big brother is a peerless genius. It is your blessing that he can take you in. Don't be unconvinced. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will beat your silver bull," Sundo shouted discontentedly. Under Sundo's pressure, Taigon had to submit for the time being. Yang Wu could also see that Taigon did not sincerely submit, but he did not mind. He believed that it would not be long before Taigon would follow him sincerely. In this way, Yang Wu and his group entered Taishan County. Taishan County was nominally under the jurisdiction of the House of Gods, but in fact, they did not send anyone to deal with the matters here. This place was too close to the Taishan mountain range, and it was often harassed by foreign races and demons. It was really difficult to manage. After Yang Wu and his group subdued Taigon, after entering the county, things did not go as smoothly as they had imagined. This place was extremely chaotic. The foreign races were entrenched here, and the demons were rampaging here. They simply treated this county as a barbaric place, without any rules or regulations. The human race here was miserable. Most of them had moved far away, and a small number of them had been enslaved by the foreign races or the demons. Yang Wu directly ordered Sun Do and Yu Huijin to clean up a quiet place for them to settle down temporarily. With the two of them at the peak of the deity level, they quickly cleared up some of the noisy noises, creating a quiet place for them to congregate. Hua Shensi, on the other hand, led some of his men and began to set up a place for them to live. Once they came here, they had to rely on themselves. Big brother, this is really a godforsaken place. Are we really going to stay here? Sun Do asked. Yes, here it is. I think it is quite good. Yang Wu was very satisfied. The more chaotic this place was, the less people would notice what was going on here. He wanted to set up a void matrix here, and he did not want to attract too much attention. This was one of the missions that little Hay had given him. However, before he did this, he had to pacify this place and make it his absolute territory. He had the final say. The first thing Yang Wu wanted to do was not to kill the creatures here, but to start refining pills. He wanted to refine a pill for Yin Taigon to increase his strength. The foreign races were different from humans, and the pills they needed would be different from humans. Many alchemists did not know how to refine the foreign race's pills, but this was not difficult for Yang Wu. As long as there were enough materials, refining any kind of pill would be a piece of cake. Yang Wu was not refining pills in seclusion, but he was going to do it publicly. He was going to let all the creatures in the county know and allow them to come and watch. These creatures were all very curious. What ability did this new county master have to dare to refine pills in public? Was he not afraid of being disturbed and ruining the pills? Yang Wu was going to refine pills, so he naturally had a backup plan. When he displayed his shocking refining skills, he immediately attracted the attention of many creatures. These creatures all believed that Yang Wu was an amazing alchemist. If he can really refine a divine pill that can help me increase my cultivation level, I will join the Marquis gang, Yin Taigon thought to himself. At the crucial moment, a creature suddenly attacked, wanting to disturb Yang Wu's refining. His intention was very sinister. Unfortunately, as soon as the creature attacked, it was torn into pieces by a terrifying force, and it did not cause any commotion. All of the living beings were startled. A true god-level expert. Only a powerhouse like that could kill a god-tier life, form instantly without making a sound. After this creature was obliterated, Yang Wu successfully refined the divine pellet. Wave after wave of divine lightning came crashing down. The terrifying force did not stop, and the creatures felt their scalps go numb. Every bolt of lightning was powerful enough to pulverize a god-level living being. They counted the lightning strikes together, wave after wave, and only stopped when there were 6 waves of divine lightning strikes. What surprised them the most was not how terrifying the thunder tribulation was, but how Yang Wu was able to block it all with his physical strength. This terrifying physical body was much more perverted than theirs. If he doesn't die, I will submit, Yin Taigon said with certainty. The other creatures all had different thoughts. With such a county owner, if they still dared to stand out, wouldn't they be killed? After the 6 waves of lightning strikes passed, Yang Wu appeared beside the cauldron, safe and sound, and opened the cauldron lid. Waves of medicinal fragrance instantly spread in all directions, and waves of brilliance blinded the eyes of all the creatures. This was definitely a top-grade divine pill. Yang Wu took out the pill from the cauldron and displayed it in front of all the creatures. He said to Yin Taigon faintly, "Announce that you submit to me, and this 6 tribulation divine pill will belong to you. In the future, you can also enjoy an endless supply of pills." Yin Taigon looked at the sparkling 6 patterns divine pill in Yang Wu's hand and swallowed his saliva. He wanted to say no, but his legs couldn't help but kneel down. "Very well, it's yours." Yang Wu responded and flicked the divine pill towards Yin Taigon. Then he said to the creatures around, "Those of you who are willing to submit to me can also receive the same generous treatment. I come from the Medicine God Hall, and this will be my territory. You follow my rules to survive, and I will not interfere. If you don't follow my rules, please leave this place. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to trade for pills, but you will also become a must-kill for my Wuho gang. No matter how strong your backing is, you will still be digging your own grave in the end." After Yang Wu said those harsh words, he ordered Sun Do, Yin Taigon, and Huoshensi to start recruiting and building up Wuho Gang's team to control the order here. There were many creatures who wanted to challenge Wuho Gang's position, but they were all killed by Yu Huaijin, who was hiding in the dark. In a county, even if there were god-level creatures, their strength was limited. Some of the humans were rescued, and they were even more grateful to Wuho Gang. Yang was not very interested in the creatures here. He mainly wanted to open up the void passage between the realm of the gods and the divine firmament battlefield. When Taishan County was completely under his control, he changed the name of Taishan County to Wuho County, which was the first territory that Wuho Gang occupied in the realm of the gods. It's time to find a place, build a forbidden area, and set up a void formation. Chapter 1749. The Taishan Mountain Range was the best location that Yang Wu had chosen for the Forbidden Land. It was not easy to open up a Forbidden Land here. The Medicine God Hall had a true god expert following by his side. It could be said that they were monitoring his every move. As long as he had any abnormal behavior, the Medicine God Hall would know very quickly. Fortunately, he had a legitimate reason. He wanted to become a true god-level alchemist, so he needed to open up a forbidden land. This reason was strong enough. Kai Zhun, who came with him, could only cooperate with Yang Wu's request. He set up prohibitions in a large area of Wubong County near the Taishan Mountain Range to isolate all living creatures. Yang Wu did not want to go deep into the Taishan Mountain Range for the time being. There would be no lack of true gods there. He did not have the ability to deal with them yet. Only Little Hay could solve all this for him. After the Forbidden Land was set up, Yang Wu did not need to set up a void matrix himself. He did not know how to do it. He only needed to take out a void positioning stone. This void positioning stone had been refined by Little Hay. It contained its divine consciousness. No matter how far away it was, it could sense it and set up a corresponding void matrix to open up a void passage between the two places. This would take some time to complete. Next, Yang Wu separated a clone of his divine consciousness to deal with the affairs of the Wuho Gang. His real body was focused on improving his alchemy ability. He really wanted to try to make true god-level pills. He was not joking. Once he became a true god-level alchemist, his status in the Medicine God Hall would naturally rise, and his words would have more weight. God-level alchemist, true god-level alchemist. This was a very big gap. Countless divine alchemists wanted to become true god-level alchemists. It was very difficult. Only 1 or 2 out of 10,000 divine alchemists could successfully break through. It was a 1 in 10,000 chance. The true god-level herbs are very precious. Every bit of loss is worth it. I will start with the most common true god-level healing pills, Yang Wu said to himself. He began to think about making the lowest true god-level pills. With his own strength, it was not easy to support refining a furnace of true god pills. He still needed to borrow the advantage of the array formation. In the Elixir Formulae Pavilion of the Divine Medicine Hall, he had caused a phenomenon of the Elixir Formulae Court. He had already obtained a large number of methods to refine elixirs, among which there was no lack of techniques to refine elixirs using formations. Alchemy arrays weren't as difficult to arrange as other arrays. As long as one soul force was strong enough, they could multitask and rely on the advantages of the array to refine true god pills. After Yang Wu pondered for half a year, he began trying to refine true god-level pills. Just refining the herbs required a lot of time, and no mistakes could be made in any of the steps. Refining ordinary herbs was not a big deal for him. Refining true god-level herbs was the most difficult part of the process. The medicinal properties of true god-level herbs were extremely strong, and it was not easy to completely control them. Some of the medicinal properties were so strong that they could break free from the suppression of his mind power. If he didn't have true god-level mind power, he would have destroyed one herb after another. Even so, when he was refining true god-level herbs, he still made some mistakes, which led to the waste of true God-level herbs, which made him feel extremely pained. Every true God-level herb had an extraordinary value, and he didn't have many of them. One less herb was one less herb, and he had to treasure them. Although it's a bit difficult, I have to do it with all my might. Yang Wu muttered to himself, and urged the power of the immortal foundation to strengthen his mind power, and threw himself into refining elixirs. In the past few years, Yang Wu had been cultivating crazily and soaking in the chaotic thunder liquid to cultivate. His strength had skyrocketed, and his combat power was no less than that of a true god. Moreover, his talent in refining elixirs was extremely outstanding. Under his repeated perseverance, he used less and less energy, and he also found a way to control the true god-level herbs without losing them, which increased the speed of refining elixirs. When he finished refining tens of thousands of herbs, he didn't rashly refine the demon cores. He had used a lot of energy, so he couldn't be rash. Instead, he used a method to confine the elixirs, preventing them from spreading. At the same time, he refined a drop of immortal liquid to replenish his energy, and then he used another cauldron to refine the demon cores. The other cauldron was also a god cauldron, which he had collected over the years. Now, he planned to separate the essence of the elixirs from the demon cores and then combine them. This was a secret technique that he had obtained from the inheritance of the medicine god palace. This was a method for alchemists who hadn't reached the true god level to refine true god pills. This was an ancient method, but there weren't many people who dared to do this. This was because when fusing the elixirs, if it wasn't done well, it would be extremely dangerous, and it would be easy to fail, losing the herbs and demon cores. Yang Wu had no choice but to use this ancient method. To refine a true divinity-level monster core was easier said than done. It was almost like fighting a true divinity-level monster life form. If he didn't refine them separately, the medicinal liquid in the original furnace would inevitably be destroyed. Blue demoness power kept increasing, forming a sea of fire that covered the cauldron. A shadow appeared on the true god-level demon core, and it kept roaring. The terrifying soul power kept attacking Yang Wu's soul, and it also ravaged the cauldron, wanting to make the cauldron explode. Yang Wu's fire suppressed the cauldron, not allowing it to struggle. True god-level power was extremely overbearing, and it wasn't easy for Yang Wu to go all out against it. After he crazily poured blue demoness into it, the demon core's power was refined bit by bit. After the demon core's power weakened, his body was soaked in sweat. It was obvious how terrifying his consumption was. After he refined another drop of immortal elixir, his expression became serious again. The last step was the hardest to fuse the two cauldrons' power. There was a formation floating around, covering the heaven and earth, preventing the loss of power and interference from the outside world. Kaijun, who had been protecting Yang Wu in the void far away, saw this scene and was speechless. "Young Master Yang, are you really going to defy the heavens?" Kaijun had stayed in the Medicine God Palace for thousands of years, and he had seen many outstanding alchemists, but Yang Wu was the first one who was so young and had such high attainments in alchemy. Even the young Xiao Yinyun couldn't compare to him. The two steps of refining medicine and demon core were necessary for alchemy, and it was also the most fundamental for alchemists, but it was easier said than done to refine these two steps. Yang Wu did it. It could be said that he was already close to becoming a true god-level alchemist, and he only needed the last step to succeed. Yang Wu calmed himself down and said to himself, "Whether I succeed or not, it will all depend on this moment." He had already ruined many true god-level ingredients, and he really didn't want to fail this last step. He poured the medicinal cauldron that had refined the demon core into the bronze cauldron. When the two powers collided, there was bound to be power that spread out. If he was careless, it could explode, and the alchemist could be killed. At this time, Yang Wu's God's Court Dao Flower's soul power was drawn out, and boundless soul power enveloped the cauldron. The power in his dantian was also drawn out, forming a small space that bound the heavens and the earth. "Condense!" Yang Wu shouted, and the power of the two cauldrons collided. The demon core's power was the most overbearing, and it had to be merged into the essence of the herbs. The recoil power exploded at this moment. Pung pung. The dull power kept ringing, and it could explode at any time. Yang Wu used his soul force to firmly suppress these two forces. His palms were constantly forming seals, trying to fuse them together. There were also ripples of energy within the bronze cauldron, preventing these two forces from spreading out. Ah! Yang Wu screamed crazily, and his soul power gushed out like a tide in an endless stream. The two powers mixed, but unfortunately, they couldn't completely solidify, no matter how much soul power he poured in. This was the rhythm before the alchemy failed. Seeing that the two powers were about to completely collapse, Yang Wu actually used the power of the immortal root and sent a strand of immortal root power into the two powers, acting as a moderator. The power of the immortal root was indeed omnipotent, and the two powers calmed down and started to fuse together. Yang Wu clearly felt that this pill contained a trace of its will, and he was overjoyed. True God Pill Spirit, this is its essence. He thought of Pill Elder, who was formed from a pill refined by immortal sovereign Shinon. He faintly felt like he could make the pill come alive. Pung! The cauldron exploded. The terrifying power shook Yang Wu until he spat out blood and rolled away. Still failed. Yang Wu was disappointed after he was thrown out. When everything calmed down, Yang Wu ignored his injuries and returned to the cauldron. He saw a half-finished pill and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Still failed. After saying that, he prepared to throw away the half-finished pill. Young Master Yang, if you don't want it, you could give it to me. Kaijin hurriedly appeared and said, It's not even a tribulation-free pill. What do you want it for? Yang Wu asked back. This is a tribulation-free pill, even if it's not complete. Its medicinal power is still very strong. You can't waste it, right? Kaijin rubbed his hands and said. He was afraid that Yang Wu wouldn't agree, so he opened his mouth again. I'm willing to take out a true God pill to exchange. Yang Wu weighed the pill and then flicked it towards Kaijin. I'll give it to you, but it's just a half-finished pill. If it's not complete, it will have medicinal poison, so it doesn't have much meaning. As an alchemist, Yang Wu knew more about the pill than Kaijin. However, Kaijin was even more clear about the value of this half-finished true God pill. Even if he couldn't use it, he could exchange it for a large amount of wealth in those small factions. Yang Wu didn't care, but he did. After Yang Wu sent Kaijin away, he once again pondered about how to condense the pill. Only by controlling this step, could he really refine the true God pill. After Kaijin obtained this half-finished true God pill, he couldn't wait to send a message to Xiao Yinyan to tell her this news. A true God alchemist less than 100 years old appeared in the world. What kind of earth-shattering event was this? Chapter 1750. Medicine God Hall. When Xiao Yinyan received the news from Kaijin, she was stunned. Yang Wu had made semi-finished true God elixirs, and he was still improving. It was possible that he could make true God elixirs in the near future. This is amazing. My disciple is indeed my disciple. I must strengthen his protection. Otherwise, if those guys in Taishan Mountain find out about him and capture him, it will be a great loss to the Medicine God Hall, Xiao Yinyan murmured to herself. Xiao Yinyan muttered to herself. She quickly went to the Medicine God Hall to gather the other hall masters to discuss giving Yang Wu more protection. At the same time, in Void City, the registered disciple of the Void Emperor, Taijun, had returned. He had almost lost his life in the battlefield of divine clouds. It was not easy for him to escape and figure out the situation there. He had to pay back. Master, that battlefield was controlled by someone else. Taijun simply told the Void Emperor everything that had happened in the battlefield of divine clouds. Which force dares to snatch the territory of our Void Palace? The Void Emperor asked. I don't know. They are not very strong, but they set up a true God-level matrix. We were defeated, Taijun said sullenly. Then there must be a true God-level powerhouse protecting that place. Maybe it's a backup plan left behind by Zhen Wu. Go back and rest for a while. I will send more powerhouses to go with you. You must take back that territory, Yi Futian said. Yes, master. After Tai Jun left the hall, he heard a subordinate report that someone had claimed to be his disciple and appeared in Void City. Tai Jun had not taken any disciples. Where did the other party get the courage to do that? After he asked and saw the images of Yang Wu and Ziyu, he was furious. How dare they claim to be my disciples? They would die a horrible death. Were they? I will tear them to pieces. However, when he learned that Yang Wu and Ziyu had taken the death mission and might have died in the crack of the void, he was not happy at all. He was sure that those two must have a way to survive. He used the power of the Void Temple to put up a bounty on Yang Wu and Ziyu. As soon as this wanted notice was sent out, he quickly received news about Yang Wu and Yu. One was the divine apothecary of the Medicine God Palace, a high-level elder, and a son of luck. The other was the divine daughter of the Purple Firmament Palace. Both of them had quite the background. So it's them. Now that we know the source, it's easy to find them. The Medicine God Hall can't punish them. Let's go to the Purple Firmament Hall to take a look first, Tai Jun said faintly and went straight to the Purple Firmament Hall to ask for the person. If you want to pinch a persimmon, of course, you have to pinch the soft one. The Purple Firmament Palace was in trouble again. Originally, in order to obtain Yang Wu's karmic luck, he did not hesitate to pay the price, but in the end, it was all for naught. Moreover, he got into trouble again and again. Now that Tai Jun of the Void Palace had attacked, it made things worse for them. He forced an old ancestor of the Purple Sky Hall to come out of seclusion and forced Tai Jun to retreat. He claimed that he would seal the hall for 100 years and use this as an excuse to take refuge. The Void Temple was very powerful. If they did not seal the hall, they would definitely be destroyed. But even if they did, would it be useful? Wuhou County was on the right track. With the concerted efforts of Sun Do, Yu Huijin, Hua Shensi, and the others, Wuhou County was built into a standard county. The representatives of all the towns and villages had to pay tribute to them. Even the foreign creatures living here were no exception. No creature dared to go against their will easily. The alchemists here began to set up various alchemy sites to refine pills for the creatures in the county and promote more transactions. Where there were alchemists, there would be no shortage of resources to trade. People from other counties rushed over. In order to get pills, these people were willing to join the Wuhou gang or form teams to search for herbs and enter the Taishan mountain range to find herbs and trade with the alchemists. In this way, the Wuhou gang continued to grow. Yang Wu, the gang leader, only used a doppelganger to deal with the affairs of the gang. Sun Do spent more time on cultivation. He had already started to attack the top immortal plane. He had gained a lot from the battle with misty. Yu Huijin was shrewd and was in charge of the affairs of Wuhou County. Many people regarded her as the hostess, but she did not want to cause any misunderstandings and tell all the creatures that she was just a maid. All the creatures were amazed at what kind of person the gang leader, Yang Wu, was to have such a beautiful and powerful maid. On this day, at the border between Wuhou County and the Taishan mountain range, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. The fragrance of medicine spread for thousands of miles, and the plants around grew wildly, as if something amazing had appeared. All of a sudden, a wave of terrifying, chaotic divine lightning struck down crazily, giving all the living beings a huge fright. Chaotic divine thunder, even the creatures of the true God level might not dare to take it head-on. The power to destroy everything submerged a large area. Boom! Boom! Under the intense bombardment of the lightning bolts, the ground caved in from the bombardment, and a figure escaped from it in a sorry state. Madman! He really is a madman, Kaijin cursed. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that Yang Wu used a method that did not care about his life to condense the elixir. Not only did he succeed, but he also attracted the chaotic divine thunder. Yang Wu was too reckless, and even he could not help but curse. But the chaotic divine thunder came. Did it mean that the elixir was completed? If that was the case, Yang Wu was too heaven-defying. After 2 years of seclusion, he had finally refined a true God-level elixir. After the wave of chaotic divine thunder passed, the world calmed down. The surroundings were destroyed, and only a layer of thunder and fire spread, but soon the thunder and fire disappeared and was swallowed in one direction. Some of the true god-level creatures in the Taishan mountain range were alarmed. 3 creatures looked in the direction where Yang Wu was, and there was a trace of greed in their eyes. Kai Zhen quickly returned and stood guard in front of Yang Wu, not giving these creatures a chance to attack. Yang Wu looked at the 5 first tribulation true god-level elixirs in the medicine cauldron and could not help but laugh wildly. Haha, I finally succeeded. I finally succeeded. In the past 2 years, he had been thinking day and night about how to merge the 2 powers. Today, he used the power of his soul and the power of his immortal root to wrap them together and merge them. Finally, he succeeded. But a divine cauldron was completely destroyed. Are you a true god alchemist? A creature of a different race asked quietly. Yang Wu looked at the giant head in the distance and bowed. He replied, I am Yang Wu of the Medicine God Hall. I just became a true god alchemist. Can you help my race refine a few true god-level elixirs? You can decide the reward, the creature said. Another creature said, why don't you come to my race as a guest? I have a lot of resources for you to refine elixirs. In the next moment, this creature stretched out a giant claw to grab Yang Wu. Before the claw could grab Yang Wu, Kai Zhen blocked the attack for Yang Wu. If you have something to say, say it. Don't get physical. The people of the Medicine God Hall are not so easy to bully. Kai Zhen replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I'm only inviting him to my race as a guest. Are you really going to stop me? The creature said again. This was a creature of the demon race. It had a head like a horse, but it was quite different from a horse. Before his true body appeared, no one knew what race he was. As he spoke, 2 claws stretched out at the same time. The power that covered the sky was quite shocking. Kai Zhen raised his fist to meet it. He would not allow the other party to hurt Yang Wu. Yang Wu did not look afraid at all. He calmly put away the medicine cauldron and refined a drop of immortal liquid in his body to recover. The other 2 creatures did not make a move. They just watched silently. If Kai Zhen could not stop the creature, then he was not worthy of their attention. After Yang Wu put away the medicine cauldron and elixirs, he looked up at the battle in the sky and said faintly, if you want to invite me as a guest, you have to see if you are qualified. Immediately after, Yang Wu turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the creature. He actually wanted to intervene in the battle. His courage was not ordinary. When he moved, chaotic divine lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. The shadow of an electric fork waved, and the chaotic divine lightning also rushed out. When Kai Zhen and the creature sensed Yang Wu's attack, the power of the electric fork had already blasted over. Get lost! The horse-like creature waved its claws, wanting to crush the chaotic electric fork. However, it immediately felt the destructive power spread over. Not only did it shatter its claws, but it also blasted toward it. Before it could put away its claws, the lightning had already spread over. The terrifying electricity instantly blasted one of its claws. Roar! The creature roared angrily. Before it could go crazy, chaotic divine lightning covered the sky and covered the earth. It turned out that Yang Wu had already killed his way over. He held the electric fork in his hand, and he really had the spirit of killing gods and demons. Kai Zhen was so scared that he retreated from the battle. He could not help but exclaim, is the sea of chaotic lightning young Master Yang's back garden? You summon it just like that? Yang Wu had been baptized by the chaotic lightning liquid, and the electric fork had absorbed countless chaotic divine lightning. It was not difficult to summon it. The true god monster was so scared that it wet its pants. Even if it had powerful strength, it would not be able to resist such a terrifying sea of chaotic lightning for long. It would definitely be at a disadvantage, so it immediately fled. Yang Wu put away the electric fork and sighed. If the other party had fought to the death with him, he might not have been able to hold on. Moreover, there were 2 creatures watching from the side. It was enough to scare the other party away, as expected of a true god alchemist. If that guy had not fled, I would have fought for young Master Yang, a true god of the foreign race said. He was the true god of the Silverhorn Ox clan, the great ancestor of Yin Taiguan. he had been cultivating in the Taishan mountain range. The other one beside him was a creature of the termite race. It had extremely terrifying talent and was a creature that could not be offended. Wherever the termite went, everything would be bald. Yang Wu did not mind the other party's belated advice. He invited them. Please come over for a chat. Chapter 1751. In Ao Li and Bai Yi. These were two true God-level life forms. They were the ancestors of the two races, and their statuses were not ordinary. Unknowingly, Yang Wu already had the qualifications to be on equal footing with true God-level life forms. This was the glory that true God-level alchemists brought to him. Yang Wu went straight to the point and said, "That place is this little brother's territory. For a long time, it will belong to me. If the two of you are willing to be friends with me, then please help me. Don't let the guys here destroy my territory." These two pills can be considered as a meeting gift from this little brother to the two brothers. Yang Wu handed the two newly refined true God pills to the two true God-level life forms. Kaijin looked, and a scorching light flashed in his eyes. Yang Wu was too generous. The two life forms did not expect Yang Wu to be so generous. They each received the tribulation true God pills, and a smile appeared on their faces. In Aoli said, "I have unfilial descendants who are trying to make a living at your place. As an ancestor, I naturally will not interfere." Bai Yi expressed his position, and my white ant race will not look for trouble, but don't let them enter easily. The children's temperaments are not very good. If you are not careful, they will look for things to gnaw on. The two of you are enough, Yang Wu replied, and then he said, "Do the two of you have any pills that you want to refine? As long as there are enough materials, I can help a little. There will be no objections." Currently, he lacked some strong and powerful support. These two true gods might be very good helpers. He did not necessarily need them to work for him, but it was necessary for them to intimidate the surrounding life forms. After all, they were the real local tyrants. Bai Yi asked, "We are not of the human race. The medicinal power of your pills is limited to us." In Aoli also nodded slightly to express his agreement. In Aoli and Bai Yi naturally wanted to obtain true God pills that could increase their abilities, but they did not know if Yang Wu had the ability to refine them. "Hee, you two don't know. I don't have many other advantages, but I have the most advantages in alchemy. For example, the Silver Blood Divine pill that your Silver Horn clan needs, and the Ant Spirit pill that the Termite clan needs. I can make them all. There's also the Soul Explosion Divine pill and the White Sun Divine pill," Yang Wu said with a confident smile. He had too many pill recipes, and there were quite a number of true God-level ones. It was not difficult to convince these two living beings. In Aoli and Bai Yi revealed an incomparably excited expression after hearing this. They had heard of these medicinal pills before. The Medicine Divine Hall also had them. However, they were all extremely expensive, and there was no market for them. Not everyone could obtain them. Yang Wu actually said that he could refine it. It was hard for them not to be excited. Thus, these two true divinity-level life forms and Yang Wu began to call each other brothers. Kaijun, who was on the side, could not help but exclaim, "I can't help but be impressed." Yang Wu invited the two of them to Wuhou County as guests, and they naturally would not refuse. In Taiguan knew that his great elder had been invited by Yang Wu, and he was instantly shocked. Usually, it was not easy for him to meet this great elder, but now he had been invited by Yang Wu. How capable was he? And that great elder of the Termite clan, they were all powerful overlords of the Taishan mountain range. Even the head of the God's Pass residents did not have the face to invite them. In Taiguan was full of admiration for Yang Wu. When Yang Wu invited these two true divinities to come over as guests, Taijun also quietly came over. Taijun went to the Purple Cloud Palace, and the great elder of the Purple Cloud Palace appeared and forced him to retreat. He did not return to the Void City, but received news from his subordinates that Yang Wu had appeared in the Medicine God Temple and was indeed not dead, so he came over to kill him. "Yang Wu, right? I don't care where you are from. This time I will definitely teach you a lesson." Taijun flapped his silver wings and broke through the void, landing in Wuhou County. On the way here, He had completely figured out Yang Wu's whereabouts, and there was no way he would be wrong. On the way here, he did not dare to expose his whereabouts too much. If he aroused the vigilance of the cultivators of the medicine god temple, he might not be able to capture Yang Wu. If he could capture Yang Wu, it would be a great merit. The other party was the Son of Fortune. Well, there are still people from a medicine god temple coming over. He reacted the fastest. No matter how well Tai Jun hid, he could still sense it. Who can make you so vigilant? Aoli asked. A strong enemy, Bai said with certainty. Just as Yang Wu was about to ask Kai Jun, the power of the void slammed toward them. How dare you? Kai Jun finally reacted. He soared into the sky to block this sudden attack. Bang! Kai Jun was no match for the other party. He was directly sent flying and rolled down. Yang Wu raised his eyebrows and opened his soul eye. He instantly saw Tai Jun rushing over from the void. A trace of worry flashed across his face. It's him. Yang Wu, be captured. Tai Jun grabbed at Yang Wu's position. Without waiting for Yang Wu to attack, Aoli protected Yang Wu's fist and punched the air, blocking Tai Jun's punch. However, the place where Yang Wu and the others were at immediately exploded. Some of the nearby creatures could not retreat in time and were directly killed. Damn it! Aoli's arm was numb, and his body was knocked back. I'll do it, Bai shouted and rushed forward to attack Tai Jun. A white torrent of murderous aura rushed toward Tai Jun. Tai Jun shouted, "You're courting death." Kai Jun regained his senses and pulled out his battle weapon to attack Tai Jun. Aoli was not going to give up just because he lost face here. He exploded with silver light and attacked Tai Jun. 3 against 1. In other people's eyes, Tai Jun was definitely going to lose. However, he was an unnamed disciple of the Void Emperor. He was also a creature of a different race and had the talent of the Void. Even if it was 1 against 3, he would not be afraid. The 4 true God-level life forms fought above the 9 heavens, scaring the life forms below. Big brother, what's going on? Sundo also came out of seclusion. Protect the people here and send a request for help to the God's Passage residents. The Void Palace is invading, Yang Wu said. Tai Jun was too strong. Yang Wu was not sure if he could force him to retreat. If the God's Passage residents had reinforcements, he would be confident. Fortunately, he invited Aoli and Bai. Otherwise, Kaijin alone would not be able to protect him. I can't just sit here and wait for death, Yang Wu said to himself and rushed forward. With his current strength, he could provide some firepower. It would be better if he could injure Tai Jun. He mobilized all the power of thunder and lightning, and even the power of his immortal root burst forth. He drew the chaos lightning over, and with the electric fork in his hand, he attacked Tai Jun. If you want my life, then give it a try. Yang Wu threw caution to the wind. However, before his power could even touch Tai Jun, this guy had already disappeared through the void and appeared in another direction. He had smacked Kai Jun to death, and had also attacked Aoli and Bai separately. After I kill them, I'll deal with you slowly, Tai Jun said confidently. You're too arrogant, Aoli roared. His silver horn exploded with silver light and pierced towards Tai Jun. Bai also released his terrifying talent. The murderous aura turned into white clouds and covered Tai Jun. These attacks were very terrifying. They were not something an ordinary true god could block. Tai Jun had the ability to escape into the void. He could avoid their attacks and make them retreat. This was a little difficult to deal with. Aoli and Bai were both heavily injured by Tai Jun. Yang Wu was helpless. He did not have the ability to lock on to his opponent. Tai Jun came and went like a ghost. They could not fight back. That's it. Yang Wu's chaos lightning could not last long. It could not hit Tai Jun. It was just a waste of energy. When he retracted the chaos lightning power, Tai Jun's attack came. Bang! Yang Wu was sent flying. Even with the black pot, it was useless. Tai Jun was much stronger than him. Let's see how you escape this time. Tai Jun swept towards Yang Wu. The power of the void bound Yang Wu, wanting to take Yang Wu away. He did not want to be entangled. All of a sudden, a great power was born in the sky. A void hole opened up, and a slender shadow rushed out from it. Woof, woof. Little Wu Zi, you really know how to welcome me. A slender black dog appeared, and a thunder mountain came crashing down on Tai Jun. Tai Jun wanted to use the power of the void to escape, but the thunder mountain seemed to be everywhere. No matter how he escaped, he could not escape. It's that dog. Tai Jun was sure that the black dog that appeared was the one that used the true god array to deal with him on the divine firmament battlefield. This was the immortal thunder seal formed by 2 thunder mountains. Under the cover of Little Hei's power, the power that erupted was even more terrifying than Yang Wu's electric fork. Tai Jun had no choice but to throw Yang Wu out and block the immortal thunder seal with all his strength. Rumble, rumble. Tai Jun's power was very strong, but the power of the immortal thunder seal was even stronger, forcing him to retreat. At the same time, Aoli and Bai attacked again. They did not want to be bullied like this in their own territory. This time, Tai Jun could not withstand these attacks and was forced to escape through the void. Hee, Yang Wu, you can't escape. How dare you touch our Void Hall's territory? You will soon know how to die. Tai Jun left behind a ruthless sentence. As long as he confirmed Yang Wu's location, he could bring powerful helpers to deal with Yang Wu. I have Little Hei. I'm not afraid of anyone. Yang Wu instantly became confident. Blackie's appearance had indeed given him a dose of cardiac stimulant. Little Wu, don't think that I'm omnipotent. You still have to rely on yourself. Little Hei replied unhappily. Then it glanced at Aoli and Bai. These 2 little guys are not bad. It's a pity that their bloodlines are too weak. If they can be tempered and recover their ancient bloodlines, their talents will be even stronger. What a pity. Who is this lord? Aoli looked at the dog, stunned by the other party's words. How can you know my name? Just be an obedient follower, and I can help you temper your silver horns to become a paragon. Don't expect to be ranked among the immortals. And you termite, your poison is not pure enough. It's a waste of your talent. Chapter 1752. As soon as Little Hei appeared, it stole the limelight from Yang Wu, the true god-level alchemist. Aoli and Bai were shocked by its words and completely listened to it. Although this Little Hei dog was not big, it was definitely an expert. It had chased Tai Jun away as soon as it appeared. It was extremely powerful and had a reason to be convinced. Yang Wu also knew that Little Hei was very capable and did not mind at all. He let it do whatever it wanted. He called Kaijin over and asked him to send back the news that he had become a true god-level alchemist. He had to be valued by the Medicine God Hall. I have already sent back your news. The Hall Master wants you to make a trip back to the Medicine God Hall. It might be more convincing to verify it in front of everyone, Kaijin suggested. Yang Wu thought about it and said, Okay, I'll go back. Little Hei was here. Nothing would happen here. He had to go back and solidify his position in the Medicine God Hall. He could also get true god-level guards. He had to go back this time. Yang Wu called Little Hei over and asked Aoli and Bai to treat their injuries. They would continue to talk later. This is already my territory. You can do whatever you want. I have to go back to the Medicine God Hall. I need more true gods to come. That guy just now was from the Void Temple. He will definitely report everything to the Void Temple. We will be in trouble. Yang Wu said concisely. He paused and said, I'm thinking if there's a need to tell the God Hall about the divine firmament battlefield. Don't say anything. It will only spoil things. I have already isolated that place. Unless you have immortal-level methods, you won't be able to find it. In the future, that place will be our backyard and also our escape route. We can't let anyone know about it, Little Hei said. Okay, I'll listen to you, Yang Wu said in a low voice. Then, after giving some simple instructions, he followed Kaijin back to the Medicine God Hall. This time, he had to ask Pill Elder to come out and help him. Who knew what the other palace masters were thinking? He needed a respectable elder to support him. Xiao Yinyan alone was not enough. When Yang Wu returned, he immediately went to see Xiao Yinyan. Oh, you've returned so quickly. I thought you would need at least a few decades or 100 years to take that step. It seems I've underestimated you. Xiao Yinyan was incomparably delighted when she saw Yang Wu. I've been targeted by people from the Void Palace. They want to kill me, so I came back to ask Master for help. Yang Wu said seriously. Who asked you to be the son of fate? They might not necessarily want to kill you, Xiao Yinyun said with a heartless smile. I've already handed over my fate, but they still won't let me go. They really don't respect our medicine god palace. Master, you have to help me. Isn't Kaijin following you? He was also injured. Then don't stay outside. Just stay inside the palace. The people of the Void Palace won't dare to kill you. Are we just going to hide like this? What else can we do? We're alchemists. We can't compare to those martial artists. Yang Wu stared at his master with his eyes wide open. She actually admitted defeat? Was this really her? Xiao Yinyun was a little embarrassed when Yang Wu stared at her. She said, "We have to understand the situation clearly. The Void Palace is indeed too strong. It's hard to guard against them if they target us. Our medicine god palace can't start a war with them for you. I'm already a true god alchemist. Is that still not enough? Unless you're like me and become a palace master, then you might have a chance." Yang Wu gave up on the idea of the medicine god palace going against the Void Palace. The best way was to ask for 2 more true god-level protectors. The verification of a true god alchemist required at least 3 palace masters to be present. In the end, their identity could only be confirmed. After Xiao Yinyun sent out the invitation, many palace masters came. The hall masters of the Medicine God Hall, Hall of All Life, Hall of All Things, Alchemy Celestial Hall, Grass Crossing Hall, First On Hall, and Sunset Hall were all present. Only the master of the Culmination Hall was not present, as he had some business to attend to and did not even leave his avatar behind. It could be said that they attached great importance to Yang Wu. This time, the location of the verification was the main medicine god palace. Yang Wu was too young. Now that he was verified as a true god alchemist, it definitely broke the record of 100,000 years. Even those innate medicine boys and alchemy body talents in ancient times couldn't compare. This was a big event for the medicine god palace. Once the verification was successful, Yang Wu's status as a mortal venerable Shinnong's in-name disciple would be confirmed. Only with such talent could a mortal venerable Shinnong take a fancy to him. Alchemy Elder personally came out to protect Yang Wu. Yang Wu, are you sure you want to verify your identity as a true god alchemist? The medicine god palace master asked. The all-life palace master said, all palace masters are here. This is not a joke. Yang Wu said seriously. Yang Wu doesn't dare to joke. I can already make true god pills. Very good. Let's witness the birth of the youngest true god alchemist in the past 100,000 years, the medicine god palace master said. With his approval, Yang Wu began to refine pills in front of all the palace masters. When he returned to the medicine god palace, all the herbs were provided by the medicine god palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many herbs to use. The cooperation with the Cottage Moon Hall and the 9 divine sects couldn't provide him with a large amount of true god pills in a short time. Now, the Wuho gang had already contacted the Cottage Moon Hall and the 9 divine sects under Huashinzi's guidance. They were ready to open up a channel to provide them with pills, and they would provide manpower and herbs to the Wuho gang. This time, Yang Wu was much more relaxed than before. He finished in one try. However, it was only a true god pill and not a thunder calamity pill. But this was already amazing enough. The true god pill was still a pill. Its medicinal properties were a bit weaker, but in the future, it wouldn't be difficult to make a thunder calamity pill. I didn't merge well this time. There was no thunder calamity, Yang Wu said regretfully. Too modest, too modest. How old are you to be able to concoct a true god pill? When we palace masters were your age, we could only barely concoct a holy pill. The medicine divine palace master laughed. That's right. You are now the youngest true god alchemist in our medicine god hall in the past 100,000 years. It is our fortune, said the hall master of all beings hall. Young master, good job, Dan Lao said happily. As expected of my disciple. You didn't embarrass me, Xiao Yinyun said with pride. The other palace masters knew her personality and didn't care at all. They looked at Yang Wu and sighed in their hearts. As expected of Lord Shinnong's disciple. Unknowingly, they had already placed Yang Wu on the same level as them. There was even a trace of respect. If he continued to grow like this, the divine realm definitely wouldn't be his end. After Yang Wu's identity was verified, the various palace masters agreed to hold a conferring ceremony for Yang Wu and announce it to the world. This time, Yang Wu didn't refuse. He indeed needed an overbearing title to intimidate some small fries. Otherwise, everyone would think that he was a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. Yang Wu returned to his residence and quietly waited for the conferring ceremony to begin. This time, the Medicine God Palace wanted to confer a true god alchemist as Martial Marquis. This title was also proposed by Yang Wu. A title wasn't something that anyone could have. Divine-level alchemists could all have a title, but compared to true god-level alchemists, it was far inferior. An alchemist who was appraised as a true god-level alchemist could definitely be famous in the divine realm. Even the vast divine realm, true god alchemists were still very rare. When news of the conferring ceremony for Yang Wu spread, the people of the Medicine God Palace were in an uproar. Yang Wu had just joined the Medicine God Palace not long ago. It hadn't even been 50 years. 30 years was also very difficult, and he had already become a true god alchemist. This improvement was too fast. Those alchemists who came in with Yang Wu all felt a sense of being left in the dust, especially that alchemy physique Xiaolingzi. He had just become a god alchemist not long ago, and Yang Wu had already crossed a major realm and become a true god alchemist. How could they still compete? In Luo State, Luo Manor, Grass Moon Hall, Nine Deities Sect, these forces all formed a relationship with Yang Wu. When they heard that Yang Wu had become a true god alchemist, they were all overjoyed. They all sent people to madly rush over. They had to congratulate Yang Wu in person. As for the war race, there were people who suggested to send people from the Yang clan to form a relationship with Yang Wu. This time, they couldn't be negligent. They had to show enough sincerity to convince Yang Wu to acknowledge his ancestors. The Fox Moon clan, Ape Monkey clan, and other foreign races also received the notice. They were very glad that they didn't become enemies with Yang Wu. A true god alchemist with boundless future was worth befriending. 3 months later, Sun Do, Nanxi, Huoshentsi, and the others all rushed over from Marquis County. They wanted to witness Yang Wu's moment of glory. The conferring ceremony began. The entire Medicine God Palace was decorated in an incomparably festive and solemn manner. Some guards sounded the bugle horn, some guards beat the drums, and some alchemists lit the flames of 81 medicinal cauldrons. Many female servants sprinkled fresh flowers in the air, creating an auspicious atmosphere. The various hall masters sat in their respective positions in the main hall. There were also various elders on their left and right, witnessing this moment together. The hall master of the Grass Moon Hall, Mei Zixin, and the sect master of the 9 divine sects had also appeared. The old mansion master of the Luo Manor, Luo Tianming, had also personally come. This was definitely an extremely important event. Luo Tianming had a very high status in the Luo prefecture. He wasn't as simple as an ordinary true god expert. Furthermore, he had a deal with Xiao Yinyun. The last time he came to the Medicine God Palace, it was when Xiao Yinyun was promoted to Hall Master. Yang Wu was very grateful for their arrival. However, he didn't know how long this friendship would last. It was true that he was a true god alchemist, but the enemies he had to face were incomparably powerful. Once it was announced, they would probably be frightened. The auspicious time has arrived. Elder Yang Wu, please come forward to receive your reward. A voice rang out. Yang Wu walked out. Today, Xiao Yinyun had specially ordered people to dress him up. He was in high spirits, and his face was glowing. His immortal appearance was awe-inspiring, and his handsomeness was unparalleled. He was indeed an unparalleled youth. Some of the charming female alchemists were attracted to him. The Medicine God Palace Hall Master announced, Yang Wu is conferred the title of Martial Marquis, True God Alchemist. He is bestowed with 3 counties of land, a true god robe, 8 high-grade divine veins, and many rewards landed on Yang Wu's head. Traces of joy flashed across his face. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the hall. Hall Master, the Void Emperor requests an audience. Chapter 1753. The Void Emperor was a supreme existence in the god world. The 5 directional sacred halls consisted of supreme harmony, Void, the God Emperor, the Heaven Emperor, and the Alchemy God. The fact that Void was ranked second showed just how terrifying his strength was. The Alchemy God Hall's Grand Emperor was ranked last. The reason he was on the list wasn't because of his battle prowess, but rather because his alchemy skills had reached perfection. A top alchemist could naturally summon a large number of experts to work for him. This was the most terrifying aspect of an alchemy emperor. The arrival of the Void Emperor shocked everyone on the day of Yang Wu's conferment. The Grand Emperors rarely came out, but the Void Emperor was the most mysterious. Rumor had it that he wasn't even a human. He didn't have a close relationship with the Alchemy God Hall either. Even if the Void Palace wanted to buy pills, it would be handled by their subordinates. What was the reason for his sudden visit today? Let him in. The Alchemy God Hall Master didn't know why the Void Emperor came, so he immediately led the other Hall Masters to welcome him. The Alchemy God Hall Master wasn't an Alchemy Emperor. The real Alchemy Emperor was a mysterious dragon. No one knew where he went. The 9 Hall Masters were only his juniors. The Void Emperor was on the same level as the Alchemy Emperor, so they couldn't be rude. Everyone in the hall went to welcome him. The formation gate outside the hall opened, allowing the Void Emperor to enter. A mighty figure appeared from the void. He had retracted all of his aura, but he still exerted great pressure on everyone present. Everyone looked at him as if he was a giant black hole, as if he could devour all living things. Greetings, Void Emperor. The Alchemy God Hall Master cupped his fists and greeted. The others followed suit. This was the respect for a Grand Emperor. I haven't been to the Alchemy God Hall for a long time. Don't be too nervous. I just happened to be passing by and wanted to see the Alchemy Emperor. The Void Emperor smiled. This was only his avatar, not his real body. After he finished speaking, a figure flew out from the forbidden ground of the Alchemy God Hall. It was a white-haired old man. He smiled and said, "What's so difficult about seeing this, old man? It's worth it for you to come here." This old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion was the Alchemy Emperor. Greetings, Alchemy Emperor. The people from the Alchemy God Temple excitedly kneeled. This was only an Alchemy Emperor's avatar. With the Alchemy Emperor around, the Alchemy God Hall wouldn't be afraid of the Void Emperor. Get up, Alchemy Emperor calmly replied. He then looked at Void Emperor and said, "Let's go outside. Don't put too much pressure on the little guys in my hall. They're all afraid of you. This is your territory. What is there to be afraid of?" The Void Emperor said disapprovingly. He then continued, "This time, I have a request. I want to take someone away. This person is not important to you, but to me, he is very important. I can give you any compensation you want." So generous. It seems that this person is really important. I wonder who he is? The son of destiny, Yang Wu. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Wu. Yang Wu had just been conferred a title, and the Void Emperor had already set his eyes on him. Was this an honor or a tragedy? As expected, they still came. Yang Wu sighed in his heart. At this point, he had nothing to say. It was up to the Alchemy God Temple to protect him. Pill Elder appeared beside him and said, "He's the personal disciple of my master, Shinnong. You don't have the right to take him away." Pill Elder used to be a waste pill refined by Shinnong. He respected Shinnong like a father. Yang Wu was Shinnong's disciple. Naturally, he would protect him. Your true body is actually... The Void Emperor's gaze fell on Pill Elder's body, and he said with incomparable astonishment. Alchemy Emperor stood in front of Pill Elder and said, "This senior is related to the immortal ancestor of my Alchemy God Temple. You don't need to think too much about it. It's even more impossible for you to take Yang Wu away. He's the immortal ancestor's disciple and has just become a true divinity alchemist. My Alchemy God Temple won't give you anything." Alchemy Emperor wasn't polite. He wasn't as strong as the Void Emperor, but he wasn't afraid. The Void Emperor said in a deep voice, "Is there no room for negotiation? Your Alchemy God Temple doesn't lack true divinity alchemists. If you need seedlings in this aspect, my Void Palace can send you 8 alchemy body seedlings. I guarantee that you'll be able to nurture at least 2 true divinity alchemists." We can also give you a void stone vein. Alchemy body seedlings and void stone veins had unlimited value. It was enough to exchange for the life of any true divinity alchemist. You can go back now, Alchemy Emperor said without thinking. All right, then you watch over him. Don't let him leave the Alchemy God Temple's territory, the Void Emperor said before disappearing from sight. Just as everyone relaxed, Yang Wu's hair suddenly stood on end. He felt that he was bound by a force and was taken away from this place. How dare you? Alchemy Emperor shouted. He slashed out a palm and cut open the void. Yang Wu, who was about to be taken into the void, was saved by a hair's breadth. At this moment, Yang Wu was drenched in cold sweat. The feeling of not being able to fight back just now made him feel extremely helpless and terrified. If Alchemy Emperor wasn't here, he would have most likely been taken away. Young Lord, are you okay? Old Pill's voice sounded beside Yang Wu's ear. Yang Wu calmed down and said, I'm fine. Alchemy Emperor appeared beside Yang Wu and said, The Void Emperor's Tao of the Void is unparalleled. If his real body was here, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Yang Wu bowed to Alchemy Emperor and said, Thank you for saving me, my lord. No need to thank me. You're the immortal ancestor's disciple and a pillar of my alchemy God Temple. How could I allow him to behave so atrociously here? You can stay in the hall for a while. I'll discuss alchemy with you, Alchemy Emperor said. The surrounding people all had shocked expressions on their faces. Alchemy Emperor's Tao of Alchemy had already reached the acme of perfection. How many people could discuss alchemy with him? Yang Wu actually became the lucky one. It was truly too enviable. However, thinking about how Yang Wu was chosen by Shin Nong, Alchemy Emperor probably had the intention of giving him pointers. At the same time, it was also a warning to the other hall masters. Yang Wu would be treated as a successor by Alchemy Emperor. Perhaps from today onwards, he could have the title of Young Emperor. With Yang Wu's age and alchemy realm, having such a title was not excessive. Now that he was chosen by Alchemy Emperor, this title was justified. When Yang Wu left with Alchemy Emperor, the Alchemy God Temple Hall Master and the other Hall Masters discussed and gave Yang Wu the title of Martial Marquis Young Emperor and called to the world. After today, Yang Wu's name would thoroughly resound in every corner of the God Realm. Princes and princesses were all outstanding existences with top-notch talents. This meant that they had a chance to become emperors in the future. Now that Yang Wu was given the title of Young Emperor, it meant that he was finally on the same level as these princes and princesses. He had the same qualifications as them to be called emperor. After this news spread, Yang Wu began to be put on the table and investigated by others. After confirming that he was the child of fortune, all existences unanimously agreed that the Alchemy God Temple was too shrewd. They must have done this because they wanted to obtain fortune from Yang Wu. As for those who still had designs on Yang Wu, they had no choice but to restrain themselves. The young emperor of the Alchemy God Temple was not someone an ordinary power could touch. At this level, he would have the protection of a true god expert whenever he went out. In the imperial palace, Princess Du Xiaojing was the happiest after hearing this news. She directly requested an audience with her father and requested to go to the Alchemy God Temple. This time, the Heavenly Emperor did not refuse her request. Daddy is the best, Du Xiaojing exclaimed excitedly. She had thought that her father would try to stop her. In the blink of an eye, it had been many years since she had last seen Yang Wu, and she missed him even more. Now, her strength was infinitely close to that of a true god. During these years of seclusion, she had improved very quickly. This was the grace of a princess. If there's a chance, bring him back. He's now qualified to become my son-in-law, the Heavenly Emperor said gently. The Heavenly Emperor was ranked below the Void Emperor, and he was not the God Emperor of the Sky God Temple. However, no one dared to underestimate this person who had quietly become an emperor. Daddy, you're such a snob. I knew that little Woozy was not bad, but now that he's made a name for himself, you're willing to let him date him. I don't know what he thinks of me, Sob. As the Empress, how could she marry a nobody? In a certain prefecture, A scholarly youth was silently spreading knowledge. He had knowledge about daily life, how to conduct himself, and how to reason. Every piece of knowledge was passed down to the children who had just become enlighters. He spoke very well, and he often spoke from many examples. He was not like those old teachers who would force the children to memorize by rote, and he would not beat them for no reason. These children especially liked this youth, and more children gathered around him. Even some of the older people who had nothing to do would occasionally come over to listen to this young craftsman's knowledge. Some of the fierce-looking fellows wanted to chase this youth away, but they were all persuaded by him in a few words. He had silently gained a group of followers, but he only kept a single golden lion, which he had subdued in the Luo manner. He did not stay in one place forever, and he would only stay in one place for a year at most. He would sow his seeds so that they would germinate one day. These past few years had not been peaceful, as the Void Emperor's son had been chasing after him. They had clashed many times, and at first, the two of them had been tied. However, as they fought more and more, the Void Emperor's son had been forced to flee. That immeasurable amount of knowledge was too heavy, and not just anyone could withstand it. Elder Go, can I reunite with my brother now? The youth asked the sloppy old man beside him. There's no rush. Only when the civil and martial forces clash will we be able to achieve a balance will we meet again. Just tell me that I'm not strong enough. Chapter 1754. The Forbidden Ground of the Alchemy God Temple. This was the place where the Alchemy Emperor lived alone. This was a quiet place in the Alchemy God Mountain. There was no grand formation to isolate this place. Everyone knew that this was the place where the Alchemy Emperor lived, so no one dared to disturb him. Only those who didn't want to live would rashly enter this place. Yang Wu accompanied the Alchemy Emperor to this beautiful place, and his mood finally calmed down. Earlier, he kept thinking about the scene of the Void Emperor trying to forcefully take him away. He felt that he was still insignificant. The Alchemy Emperor seemed to have seen through Yang Wu's thoughts and said, "It's useless to think too much. Just stay here and cultivate. You won't have to worry about your little life." Yang Wu calmed down and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I won't hide here. If I'm really captured, then I'll just die. I didn't mean to laugh at you when I told you to stay here. You are weaker than the opponent, so there's nothing wrong with hiding. Only a fool would want to court death." The Alchemy Emperor replied before continuing, "You have reached this step at such a young age. Not bad. Everyone has their own secrets, but in front of absolute strength, you are still far from it. Since you are the immortal ancestor's disciple, then you are also my junior brother. I won't let you die like this, or the immortal ancestor will blame me for not taking good care of you." "You are also Lord Shinong's disciple?" Yang Wu asked in surprise. "I'm just an anonymous disciple." The Alchemy Emperor sighed and thought, "If I was the immortal ancestor's disciple, would I still be here?" Then, he cut to the chase and began to ponder about Yang Wu's Tao of Alchemy. Yang Wu also told the Alchemy Emperor some of his insights on the Tao of Alchemy. The Alchemy Emperor had reached great heights, so he wouldn't pry into Su Mo's Tao of Alchemy. After listening to Yang Wu's narration, the Alchemy Emperor's old face revealed a hint of surprise. He was clearly surprised by Yang Wu's alchemy attainments. "Your Tao of Alchemy is very messy, but it is also very proficient. You were able to combine all of these secret techniques together. This is quite amazing, but as the path of alchemy becomes wider and wider, you won't be able to form your own Tao. You won't be able to surpass your predecessors and create your own unique Tao of Alchemy." The Alchemy Emperor earnestly told Yang Wu. Yang Wu asked, "Sir, have you formed your own Tao?" The Alchemy Emperor was choked by Yang Wu's question. "I barely managed to form the embryonic form. I am unable to open up the true, supreme, great Tao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been stuck at this step." "Oh, then how should I find my own Tao of Alchemy?" "Combine everything you have learned into one cauldron. Just like refining pills, remove the impurities and keep the essence." The Alchemy Emperor said many things to Yang Wu. Yang Wu listened carefully in his heart and felt that the Alchemy Emperor was indeed an expert who had walked a very long path on the Tao of Alchemy. It was an eye-opener for him. Yang Wu was also thinking about how to walk his own Tao of Alchemy. Just like the alchemy emperor said, he had learned many things based on the paths of his predecessors. He needed to think carefully about how to form his own Tao of alchemy. If he could reach this step, perhaps he could refine even better pills. Thus, during this period of time, Yang Wu simply stayed here to think about this problem. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he would immediately ask the alchemy emperor. The alchemy emperor also treated Yang Wu as his junior brother and taught him without hiding anything. Yang Wu benefited greatly and gradually gained new insights. He opened the cauldron and started a fire to refine pills. He was not in a hurry to refine high-level pills, but starting from the most basic pills, he felt that it was necessary to properly refine them and form his own unique style. Perhaps it would be more convenient. After he started from the basics, he found that he actually attracted 7 or even 8 tribulations. The alchemy emperor was also refining basic pills on the side and attracted 9 tribulations. The alchemy emperor said, 9 is the limit. Only the 9 tribulation pill is the supreme pill. At this time, Yang Wu understood that his Tao of alchemy still had a long way to go. Before he refined the 9 tribulation pill, his Tao of alchemy was not perfect. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Yang Wu also gradually formed the embryonic form of his Tao of alchemy. The alchemy emperor kept looking at Yang Wu's improvement and couldn't help but praise in his heart. Worthy of being the little fella chosen by the immortal ancestor. His perception is amazing and is more suitable for alchemy than my damn physique. Especially the power of the immortal foundation in his body. It is not something I can compare to. Maybe he can follow in Master's footsteps in the future. After Yang Wu completed a cauldron of 3 tribulation true God pills, the alchemy emperor announced that Yang Wu could leave this place. In 2 years, from 1 tribulation true God pills to 3 tribulation true God pills, this was a huge improvement. Only Yang Wu didn't feel it. He felt that he still had a long way to go, but his current strength didn't allow him to improve further. Unless he reached the true God realm, he would be able to refine 4 tribulation true God pills and above. Many thanks for Sir's teachings. Yang Wu will never forget. Yang Wu bowed towards the alchemy emperor gratefully. You should still call me senior brother. If you have the chance to go to the immortal world in the future, don't forget about me. The alchemy emperor casually said. Then he threw a token to Yang Wu and said, Take it. You can use any herbs and demon cores in the Medicine God Palace as you wish. Yang Wu received the token and froze for a moment before saying, Eldest, senior apprentice brother, isn't this too valuable? Is it? Perhaps this is the case in the eyes of others, but in my eyes, it's just a transfer of resources to improve my alchemy ability. Everything else is external. As long as you reach my level or even higher, you can have as many resources as you want. Alchemy Emperor said with disdain. Immediately, Yang Wu understood the Alchemy Emperor's meaning. The Alchemy Emperor was afraid that he didn't have enough resources to refine pills. At the same time, the Alchemy Emperor was telling him that as long as he became stronger, he would be able to obtain countless resources. Yang Wu agreed with his senior brother's words. At the same time, he engraved this sentiment in his heart. He took the token and went out of seclusion. He still had a lot of things to do. Even if there was a threat like the Void Emperor, he wasn't afraid. However, as soon as he came out of the Forbidden Area, he received news that Princess Du Xiaojing had come to the Medicine God Palace. Apart from her, he also received a letter from Yang Wen. Yang Wu was incomparably happy to see Du Xiaojing. After returning to the immortal world, this lass had always had the appearance of a young girl. Many years had passed, and she still looked the same. Wearing a red dress, coupled with her beautiful face and proud figure, she could instantly kill countless men. Like a swallow, she threw herself into Yang Wu's arms and said, "Little Wu, you are finally willing to come out and see this old mother." Yang Wu was a little embarrassed. He had always treated Du Xiaojing as a child. After coming to the immortal world, he found out that she was an imperial princess with an incomparably noble status. Once, he had almost lost his life because of her. The two of them had a very good relationship, but it hadn't reached this stage. However, He didn't have the slightest intention of rejecting Du Xiaojing. After all, he had spent many years with this lass. No matter what, he had developed feelings for her. Moreover, she was so devilishly beautiful. Even Purple Yu was slightly inferior to her. Being called an imperial princess, she was so outstanding in all aspects. However, Yang Wu believed that when Purple Yu came out of seclusion from the chaotic lightning sea, she wouldn't be inferior to the imperial princess. Yang Wu patted Du Xiaojing's back and said, "You are already so old, yet you don't know how to be shy. How embarrassing it would be if others saw you like this. If anyone dares to look, I will gouge out their eyes." Du Xiaojing was as domineering as ever. "You are so domineering. Let's go. I will show you around." "What's there to show? I have been here for more than a year. Which corner haven't I explored? It is so boring. It is better to see you. If you didn't come out, I would have barged in. Then you have to suffer. It is all my fault. I should have come out earlier." "That's more like it." The two had a lot to talk about after a long time apart. Du Xiaojing especially couldn't stop once she started talking. Yang Wu also patiently chatted with her slowly. He was very relaxed and happy. As they talked, Du Xiaojing suddenly screamed, "I almost forgot. This time, I am here to take you to a secret realm." "What secret realm?" Yang Wu asked curiously. "Imperial secret realm," Du Xiaojing said seriously. She paused and said, "It is the Imperial Slayer's secret realm from more than an epoch ago." The Imperial Slayer was an invincible legend. In the era when he rose, he relied on a sword to kill all his opponents. He finally won the title of Imperial Slayer. The Imperial Slayer did not establish any faction. He was a lone wolf. In his later years, he wanted to become an immortal. It was said that he failed and everything he had disappeared. The Imperial Slayer killed countless enemies and had countless inheritances. If anyone found his secret realm, it would be equivalent to an imperial divine treasure. Recently, under the joint efforts of several temples, the location of the Imperial Slayer's secret realm was finally determined. The Imperial Slayer's secret realm could not be monopolized by one person. Even if the Divine Money Trading Company wanted to buy the right to dispose of it, they did not have the ability. In the end, the temples decided to select a group of top god-level experts to enter. Whoever obtained the Imperial Slayer's inheritance would have it. However, there were very few god-level spots this time. The 5 temples each took 100 spots, so 500 spots were used. The other 500 spots were given to the forces in the world to fight for. The right to auction off the 500 spots was given to the Divine Money Trading Company to auction. As for who would get in the end, it would depend on each party's ability. Yang Wu had been in seclusion for 2 years, so he did not know about this. After hearing it, he was very interested. An Imperial Secret Realm might be his chance to break through to the true God Realm. At the same time, he should find another type of mystic essence Qi to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only then could he deal with the Void Hall. "Little Jingjing, I will accompany you into the Imperial Slayer's secret realm." Yang Wu did not hesitate and agreed to Du Xiaojing's request. "That's great. If we work together as husband and wife, we can defeat all opponents and obtain the Imperial Slayer's secret realm's inheritance," Du Xiaojing said excitedly. Husband and wife? Yang Wu was stunned. This development was too fast. Du Xiaojing blushed and said, "Why? Is it hard for you to be husband and wife with me?" "No, that's not what I mean. Don't say anything. I have the final say." Chapter 1755. The news of the assassin Thearcha's mystic realm was not a secret. However, there were only 1,000 god-level spots. The 5-direction divine halls had 500 spots. The other factions added together could only get 500 spots. It was too little. Many people had objections, but they only dared to say a few words. They did not dare to denounce the 5-direction divine halls. They were the most powerful 5-direction divine halls. They would be thanking the heavens and earth if they could get 500 spots. Furthermore, the assassin Thearcha's mystic realm was definitely the most dangerous mystic realm. Entering, it was a situation of 9 deaths. Those without enough strength were not allowed to enter. It was not difficult for Yang Wu to get a spot from the Medicine God Hall. However, he did not only want one spot. He wanted 5 spots. When Yang Wu made such a request to the Hall Master of the Medicine Sacred Hall, the Hall Master was stunned. Yang Wu's appetite was too big. Even if he was recognized by the Alchemy Emperor, he could not squander such precious spots. Yang Wu, the Divine Palace has 100 spots. The 9 palaces each took 10, so there are only 10 spots left. These 10 spots will be left for the strongest martial god of the Divine Palace. They are qualified to fight for the inheritance. If you take 5, it will be unfair to the others, said the Palace Master of the Divine Palace seriously. His explanation was already giving Yang Wu a lot of face. It was up to Yang Wu to see if he knew what was good for him. Yang Wu took a step back and said, Hall Master, I know your difficulties. How about this? You give me 3 spots. I will go to my master and ask for 2 more spots. I can only give you 2 spots. You can think of a way to get the other 3. All right, 2 it is. Yang Wu did not want to make things difficult for the Medicine God Hall Master. He naturally had his own plans for 5 spots. Little Hay had already opened the passage between Marquis County and the Divine Firmament Battlefield. His people had already moved over from the Divine Firmament Battlefield. He needed a spot. Sun Do would definitely need a spot, and Yu Huaijin could also consider giving her a spot. This way, he would use up 3 spots. There were still 2 spots left. He had reserved one for Bing Huan and the last one for the Luo Manor. The old manor lord of the Luo Manor had personally come to his conferring ceremony and even sent him a batch of true god level herbs. He had given him a lot of support, so it was not excessive to give the Luo Manor a spot. As for Hua Shensi, he was still too weak. Even if she gave him some, it wouldn't be of much use. These 1,000 people had to be at the top of the divine realm and at the martial god realm. Otherwise, how could he contend with a true god rank martial artist? In the end, this mystic realm was a place for true divinity level powerhouses to fight over. These 1,000 people were only there to test their luck. If they could obtain some harvest, then that would be great, but if they couldn't, then they could just treat it as tempering themselves. However, not just any true god could enter. The specific rules would depend on how the 5 directional holy palaces set it. Yang Wu did not care about this, as long as he could enter. Yang Wu went to Qiao Yinyan to ask for a spot. Qiao Yinyan gave him 5 spots, and together with the 2 spots he got from the Medicine God Hall Master, he got 7 spots in total, which was beyond his expectation. Master, you are so nice, Yang Wu praised. Don't be in such a hurry to praise me. When the time comes, I will go in as well. Take it easy. That place is extremely dangerous, and you can't joke about it, Qiao Yinyan said seriously. Master, you'll go in as well. Yang Wu was surprised. Why? Can't I go in? As long as you are a true god under 3,000 years old, you can go in, Qiao Yinyan replied. I see. With Master's protection, I can rest assured. How can you be so optimistic? Take a look at the information about the Shah Di when he was alive. Otherwise, if you bring people in rashly, you will just be courting death. Yang Wu received the ancient scroll she threw to him. After reading it, he immediately frowned. The Shah Di was known as a homicidal maniac who had killed countless opponents. Moreover, a large number of them were refined into puppets after being killed by him. Many souls were even captured by him as trophies and were sealed in his imperial palace. These puppets and souls were all existences that ran amok for a period of time. After the Shah Di's death, they must still be there. If one were to enter rashly, they would have to face their attacks. If one could not resist them, death would be the only outcome. It is so dangerous. We should be careful, Yang Wu said solemnly. You don't want to back off? Why should I? There's only one chance. Of course, I have to cherish it. I don't want to be a burden to you, Master. All right, don't call me Master anymore. Just call me by my name. The Medicine Emperor has said that you are his junior brother. If I still call you Master, it will be disrespectful. However, when we are outside, I don't mind if you call me that. Yang Wu obtained the quota from Qiao Yinyan and even sent someone to Marquis County to call his men over. He could not leave this place so easily as the Void Emperor might take advantage of this loophole. It was not that he was afraid of the Void Emperor. But the Medicine Emperor had said that he had to preserve his life and increase his strength first. Only then would he be qualified to make the enemy afraid. Over the next few days, Yang Wu accompanied Du Shaojing around the Medicine God Mountain and Medicine God City. The two of them chatted about many interesting things. Du Shaojing especially told Yang Wu many things about the Divine Realm, things that Yang Wu didn't know about. The Imperial Palace had a vast information network, so it was not surprising that she knew about these things. At the same time, she also knew where Yang Wen was. Yang Wu was the happiest when he heard about Yang Wen. Yang Wen was his biological brother. The two rarely met, and he did not know when they would be together again. He asked Du Shaojing to send a message to Yang Wen, asking him to come to the Medicine God Palace. It would be best to arrange for Yang Wen to stay in the Divine Passage residence in the future. Now, Xiao Yinyin had already handed over the management of the Divine Passage residence to him. He just did not have the time to take over. In addition, he also asked her to help find the little man's whereabouts. Ever since he and Ziyu left the Divine World with little He, he did not know where she went. He was still very worried. Du Shaojing did not hesitate to agree to Yang Wu's small request. Not long later, Yang Wu's people came over. Sun Do, Yu Huaijin, Fire God's son, and Bing Huan, who came from the Divine Firmament battlefield. Shu Yujun, Wan Lanxin, and company stayed in Marquis County and did not come over. Their strength had increased a lot, but they did not have the qualifications to enter a terrifying place like the Arch-Mystic Realm. Bing Huan was different. She had already reached the peak of the Celestial Realm. After coming to the Divine Firmament battlefield, she had even stepped into the half-step true God Realm. If not for the fact that little He had asked her to reforge her foundation, she had planned to build a God Palace and break through to the true God Realm. However, it was too difficult to step into the true God Realm. She needed to collect true God items. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. This was also the reason why she had chosen to rely on Yang Wu. Perhaps only Yang Wu could help her break through this step. Now, she was certain that she had made the right choice back then. Yang Wu called them over and told them about the slaying God Mystic Realm. He also told them about the dangers and gave them a choice. He did not force them to go in. Big brother, I will definitely go in. Sun Do did not hesitate at all. Yu Huaijin did not think much and replied, I am also willing to go in, but I am afraid that I will be a burden to young master. 10,000 years ago, she was indeed a goddess. Now that she had returned, she could be considered one. However, without the tempering of the past 10,000 years, there was a huge gap between her and the other gods and goddesses. Besides, she was not a human. Sha Di belonged to the human race. She did not know if she could benefit from going in. As long as you are willing to go in, it will be up to you whether you can benefit from it or not. I heard that there are many inheritances left behind by the strange races. They were all taken by Sha Di. As long as you don't care about Sha Di's inheritance, I believe you will benefit from it, said Yang Wu. I will listen to you, young master. Yu Huaijin looked excited. If what Yang Wu said was true, then the mystic realm was worth going in. Back then, she wanted to become stronger, so she kept going into all kinds of mystic realms. In the end, she had ended up in the medicine god space. If Yang Wu had not come in, she would have been trapped there forever. This had not affected her too much. As a living being who wanted to become a super strong cultivator, she had already seen through life and death. Otherwise, she would not be able to reach a higher level. Of course, Bing Huan wanted to go in. It was such a rare opportunity. How could she give it up? She had been training in the Divine Cloud battlefield for many years. She had improved a lot. Only Huashinsi was not qualified to go in. Even though he was a god's son and had amazing talent, he was still in the middle of the Jade Moon Plain. Even if he could fight against the top god, he was not strong enough. Yang Wu had called him over, so of course he would benefit. I have a place for the 9 divinities sect, said Yang Wu, looking at Huashinsi. Huashinsi knew it was going to be like that. He immediately said excitedly, Is that okay? The 9 deities sect was a major force in the Luo state, but in the entire divine realm, it was only a passable force. Compared to those giants and overlords, it was still a far cry. Otherwise, Why would a dignified godchild like him join the medicine god palace? Of course, you can give it to whoever you want, replied Yongwu. After a short pause, he said, besides, I have prepared a place for the Luo Manor and the Chaoyu Hall. I need you to help me tell them to come and get it. Haha, thank you, boss, for giving me this task. I will definitely pass on your message. Huishensi laughed wildly. At this moment, he finally realized how wise his decision to follow Yongwu was. The youngest true god alchemist in the past 100,000 years had a bright future. As expected, how could he obtain so many precious quotas by himself? What would happen if word of this got out? Even ordinary princes and princesses wouldn't be able to do that. Yongwu did this to let his subordinates know that they would not lose out if they followed him. Giving Huishensi a place was an attitude. It was even more so for the Luo Manor and the Chaoyu Hall. There is less than a year left. Go and do it quickly. Yongwu sent Huishensi away and said to the others, during this period of time, you guys need to prepare yourselves. This is a dangerous place, and you can't be careless. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will satisfy you. Chapter 1756. Yongwu's last sentence was not a joke. How dangerous was it to enter an emperor-grade secret realm? If one was not fully prepared, entering would be a dead end. This time, Yongwu would prepare seriously. He did not think that he could belittle everyone in the world just because he had the battle prowess of a true god. It was already troublesome for him to meet Tai Jun, let alone someone stronger than Tai Jun. There were not many true gods under 3,000 years old, but there were definitely many. At the crucial moment, he could not rely on Xiao Yinyan to protect him. From the day he crawled out of the mountain prison, he knew that he could not rely on others, not even little He. He could only rely on his own two hands to create his own world. At his current level, he had many methods to increase his battle prowess. Thinking back to when Qian Duoduo was by Little Man's side, he was covered in weapons. It was also an advantage, now that he could use all the resources of the Medicine God Hall. How could he let it go? The Medicine God Hall also had an armory. It had a large collection of high-quality divine weapons. It did not even lack true god weapons. Sun Do had the Fighting Heaven Rod, a cooking weapon, and even some other trump cards. However, they were definitely not enough. Yu Huijin did not need to be mentioned. She had not been in the god world for long, and her father had just cured the heavenly wolf's poison. He did not have anything good to give her. Bing Huang was even worse. She came from the transcendent world. What good weapon could she have? Yongwu had to prepare for them. When they reported what they needed, Yongwu went directly to the armory to get it for them. If they wanted to exchange for weapons, they would need contribution points. Yongwu used the token given to him by the Alchemy Emperor. Everything was waived. The Grand Protector guarding the armory had to respectfully welcome Yongwu in. After Yongwu entered the armory, he saw a large number of exquisite weapons. He was dazzled. Everything here was a saint weapon. Not a single item was below the saint weapon grade. The Supreme Protector introduced, although our Medicine God Temple is not a place for refining weapons, we have many elders in attendance. In order for them to work for our Medicine God Temple with peace of mind, the temple will spend a large amount of divine stones to buy weapons every year. The weapons here are piled up. Although it looks like a lot, there are millions of people in our Medicine God Temple. If we really distribute them, it won't be enough. Therefore, only with enough contribution points can one exchange for weapons here. Yongwu nodded after hearing this. He understood that the Medicine God Hall's approach was not wrong. There were more than a few million people in the Medicine God Hall. In addition, there were more than 10 million people in the side branches. There were hundreds of thousands of weapons here, but it was still not enough. Yongwu wasn't interested in saint weapons, so he headed towards the divine weapon area. Every single divine weapon there was emitting a dazzling light. They were like living creatures, reflecting each other's brilliance and dazzling the eyes. If there's a chance, I'll bring little Fan here to have a look. Perhaps it will help him improve even more, Yongwu thought to himself. He came to the premium divine weapon area and picked a dozen divine weapons. They were all of extraordinary value, but he no longer needed to worry about not being able to afford the price. A true god alchemist had no lack of divine stones. Furthermore, he was the junior brother of the Alchemy Emperor. His status was frighteningly high. The Supreme Protector did not dare to say anything. As long as Yang Wu did not empty the area, he would not say a word. It was only when he reached the true God weapon area that the number of weapons shrank. Every true God weapon is too precious. Even if our medicine God temple has divine stones to buy them, the refining shops are unable to refine so many. Therefore, young Master Yang, do as you see fit. The Supreme Protector tactfully expressed his intentions. He was telling Yang Wu not to casually pick, as there were very few true God weapons. Even without the Supreme Protector's reminder, he knew the rules here. However, the Imperial Mystic Realm was very important, so he could not afford to be careless. Therefore, he first scanned the defensive armors and immediately picked 4 sets of armor. The Supreme Protector's eyes were transfixed. Beginner True God Silver Light Armor. It had defensive capabilities and could increase battle chi. It was suitable for living beings that cultivated light, Xian Qi. Beginner True God Ice Crystal Armor. It had defensive capabilities. When combined with the power of ice, it could increase one's combat strength by 5 times. It was suitable for living beings that cultivated ice, Xian Qi. Intermediate True God Fire Scale Armor. It had defensive capabilities and could increase one's firepower. It was suitable for living beings that cultivated fire Xian Water. Intermediate True God Xian Heaven Armor. It had defensive capabilities. It was suitable for living beings that cultivated water Xian Qi. The first 2 sets of armor were for Yu Huaijin and Bing Huan. The last 2 sets were for Sun Do and himself. Although his current defensive capabilities were very strong, it would be safer to have another true God weapon. Yang Wu did not stop there. He continued to lock onto a few real God weapons and kept them all. He already had the Yu Yin True God Spear, the Crow Shield, and the Electric Fork. However, he also chose a true God weapon called Star Sword. It could maximize his sword Dao. His innate Dragon and Phoenix Sword was not bad. It could kill enemies in the God realm. However, it was not enough when it came to the true God realm. He had a sense of propriety in his choice. He did not have any ideas about the high-level true God weapons. If their levels were too high, he would not be able to unleash their power. It would be a waste to take them. It might even attract the attention of others. He originally wanted to pick another soul weapon. However, when he thought of the soul bell in his mind, he felt that it was unnecessary. The soul bell was definitely a top-level true God weapon. Even he could not understand it. He was just not sure if it was an immortal weapon like the Electric Fork. After Yang Wu left the armory, the Supreme Protector let out a long sigh. This young emperor did not go overboard. After all, in the Medicine God Palace, only Yang Wu was called Young Emperor. No one else had such a title. Even the 9 palace masters did not have such qualifications. Only someone with the disposition of an emperor had such qualifications. Yang Wu took the true God weapons and gave them to Sun Do, Yu Huaijin, and Bing Huan. Sun Do was not surprised. However, the other 2 girls were stunned by happiness. How could it be so easy for them to obtain such a valuable item? I have prepared the items for you. You must take care of yourselves in the assassin, the arch-mystic realm. Yang Wu said seriously. Following that, he gave each of them some medicinal liquids. They were all top-level medicinal liquids that he had concocted. They could strengthen the body and cleanse the divine body. As these medicinal liquids were mixed with immortal liquid and chaotic lightning liquid, they were all top-level medicines. Even true God experts would be envious of them. He was too generous to give them to his subordinates so casually. Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely stay alive. Sun Do replied. Thank you, young master. Huaijin will remember this in her heart. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the Lord. Huaijin, train Bing Huan during this period of time. Let her adapt to the situation in the divine world. Yes, young master. After Yang Wu finished doing all this, he called the Empress over. The 2 of them went into seclusion together. A man and a woman in seclusion, causing one's imagination to run wild. However, they were sure that the Emperor was in seclusion. They did not do anything embarrassing. The 2 of them had stayed in the Void True God Hall before. At that time, They had cultivated the void secret technique together to escape. This time, they were truly sparring. They competed together, learning from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. Yang Wu's cultivation was very complex. Even if he cultivated each one to perfection, there were still flaws to him. Just as the alchemy emperor said, he had to walk his own Tao to become stronger. Fist skills, spear skills, sword skills, and even soul skills, each of them had to have their own unique characteristics to become stronger. There were thousands of Taos. The Tao that was most suitable for oneself was the strongest. The Empress, Du Xiaojing, had cultivated the best battle skills and secret techniques since young. Her martial Tao was very pure. The two of them fought with all their might. It was extremely intense. This was also the first time Yang Wu saw Du Xiaojing's full combat strength. She was simply a violent girl. One punch after another was domineering and powerful. It was impossible to guard against. The innate might of the Empress contained an invincible aura. According to her, she had undergone the most rigorous training since young. She did not grow up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Yang Wu believed her. Otherwise, she would not have gone to the divine firmament battlefield to train herself. The two of them kept sparring. When they stopped, they would discuss martial Tao. Both of them had gained a lot. Time passed day by day. It was almost time for the Slayer, the arch-mystic realm, to open. They came out of seclusion together and prepared to rush to the gates of hell. That was where the Slayer, the arch-mystic realm, was located. The so-called gates of hell was where the ghosts gathered. Entering the gates of hell was no different from entering the gates of hell. The gates of hell was a terrifying place. Not just anyone could enter. Even true God-level experts might not dare to claim that they could come out alive after entering. The ghosts had always been heartless. Without enough bargaining chips, one could forget about passing through the gates of hell. This time, the 5 Direction Divine Palaces had sent representatives to negotiate. Only then could they pass through the gates of hell, but not too much. The ghosts had the Ghost Thearch, who was not much weaker than the 5 Direction Divine Thearchs. If not for the fact that the Slayer Thearch was from the human race, the ghosts would not have given the mystic realm to the human race. The Medicine God Hall sent out a true God-level war chariot. It led 100 people and set off in a grandiose manner. Among the 9 hall masters, only Qiao Yinyun was qualified to participate. She was the leader of the team this time. However, with 2 veteran true God experts protecting them, they could not allow any accidents to happen along the way. The war chariot was pulled by ancient Fey life forms. It left behind a thick, evil aura in the sky, giving some weaker life forms a fright. It was not only the Medicine God Hall that was moving. The other Divine Palaces teams were also rushing to the gates of hell. The Peace Palace was the most ancient Divine Palace. It was the strongest faction that had been passed down for several epochs. It was rumored that the prince and princess of the Peace Palace would be coming. Their strength was unfathomable. This was also the faction with the highest chance of obtaining the Slayer of the Archmystic Realm. The Void Palace, Celestial Divine Palace, and Imperial Palace were all rather powerful. None of them could be underestimated, especially under the premise that they had sent out their elites. It would definitely be a fierce battle. In addition, the ghosts would also participate. They wanted to obtain some of the powerful souls in the Slayer of the Archmystic Realm. Those souls had a chance of becoming a member of the ghosts. This was also one of the reasons why the ghosts were willing to compromise with the 5 Direction Divine Palaces. Whether they could obtain it in the end would depend on their own abilities. Chapter 1757. The Gates of Hell was a place even scarier than the legendary Gates of Hell. This was a gloomy world. 2 huge mountains stood tall on the left and right, forming an incomparably steep gate. Anyone who came here would feel a sense of trepidation, because these 2 steep mountains were like 2 ghostly blades that could fall down and chop their bodies at any time, making it impossible for them to block. Experts from all directions rushed over. There were quite a few of them. The 5 Direction Divine Palaces all wore their own unique insignia to prevent others from recognizing them after entering. The 5 Direction Divine Palaces were very powerful. They were not easy to offend. After Yang Wu arrived here with the people from the Medicine God Hall, He could feel that the true god experts here were extremely powerful. Soon, he also felt a killing intent. He looked in a direction and saw that it was coming from the Void Hall. It was Tai Jun. Once he saw Yang Wu, he could not hide his killing intent. This time, Yang Wu faced him calmly. He had come prepared this time, so he would not be as afraid of him as before. Du Xiaojing had broken the Void Hall's lost art with him. He was already wholeheartedly focused on it. Perhaps he could not restrain Tai Jun, but it was definitely not a problem for him to guard against a sudden attack. Beside Tai Jun was Di Xian, who looked as young as Yang Wu. He was the arch and had fought with Yang Wu many times. What surprised Yang Wu the most was not them. Instead, it was a familiar figure coming from another direction. He could not help but exclaim, Kun Mingzi. It was his old enemy in the extraordinary world, Kunlun's sect master, Kun Mingzi. Not only had he come to the divine world, but he had also become a member of a certain force. Yang Wu took a closer look and saw that they were people from the Heavenly God Hall. Kun Mingzi's position was very prominent. He probably had a high status in the Heavenly God Hall. Junior brother, do you know him? A woman wearing a veil beside Kun Mingzi asked Kun Mingzi. Kun Mingzi was dressed in white and stood there elegantly, as if he was one with the heavens and the earth. His aura was quite extraordinary. He replied to the woman with an exquisite figure beside him, an old acquaintance, the child of destiny in our human world. Oh, he's Yang Wu. He's very young, the veiled woman said in surprise. Yes, I lost to him once, Kun Mingzi said honestly. Victory and defeat are common in war. Little junior brother, you don't have to mind. The woman comforted. Then she said, this time, we'll leave him in the gates of hell. I believe junior brother can do it. Senior sister, don't worry. If I can meet him again, I'll be able to let go of this knot in my heart, Kun Mingzi replied. Before the show started, Di Xian of the Void Hall had already rushed over to Du Xiaojing and asked, Xiaojing, are you determined to be with this brat? Di Xian's aura was extraordinary. It was enough to make all the women present infatuated. Yes, he's my husband. From now on, don't bother me anymore. Du Xiaojing held Yang Wu's arm without hesitation. Di Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, okay, after you go in, you'll be a widow. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so, Du Xiaojing replied unhappily. Du Xiaojing's beauty was unparalleled. She and Ruandoni of the Sky God Hall were called the most beautiful princesses. She was extraordinarily popular. When she announced that Yang Wu was her husband, many killing intents surged toward Yang Wu. They were the princes of the various sacred halls. They were all very heroic and had astonishing battle intents. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men. A few of them were even legendary figures in the god world. Di Xian ignored them because he wanted to provoke their anger toward Yang Wu. They didn't act out immediately. They would settle things after entering the gates of hell. Yinan, it seems that your disciple is not bad. He even managed to get the daughter of the celestial emperor, Yin Yufan said to Qiao Yinyan. Yin Yufan was a delicate and beautiful woman. Qiao Yinyan was a tall and proud woman. She wasn't ugly, but she was tall and gave people a strong sense of oppression. This brat doesn't have many skills, but he's quite good at getting girls, Qiao Yinyan said with a smile. She paused for a moment before continuing. It's a pity that I'm a little old. If I were a few years younger, I might have been seduced by him too. Shameless, Yin Yufan said. What's there to be shameless about? He's not even 100 years old, and he's so handsome. Most importantly, his calm temperament is really charming. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Creatures from the Ghost Clan appeared. Open the gates of hell. The creatures from the Ghost Clan said loudly. In the next moment, a spatial gate suddenly appeared between two mountains. A terrifying wind swept toward the people present. Even though they had reached the divine realm, they still felt a bone-piercing pain. This was the terrifying power that came from the gates of hell. Without enough power, they would definitely die if they barged into the gates of hell. Come in if you have the guts. Don't be so scared that you pee your pants, the creature from the Ghost Clan said in a sinister voice. Immediately after, he flew into the space gate. Let's go. The assassin emperor's mystic realm can't fall into the hands of the Ghost Clan. A true god from the Peace Palace said faintly. The Assassin Emperor's mystic realm's inheritance can only belong to our heavenly god palace. Someone from the heavenly god palace sneered. Don't think too highly of yourself. With us here, none of you can succeed, someone from the void palace said coldly. One after another, powerful figures rushed into the gates of hell. Yang Wu and the others were no exception. No matter how much they said, they still had to fight. The gates of hell was the first stage. There were countless soul blades that slashed down at the people who barged in. The soul blades went straight for the soul. Not everyone could block them. The people who rushed in first used their powerful soul power to block the soul blades, shattering them one after another. Yang Wu transmitted his voice to the people beside him. Protect your soul. Unfortunately, Ice Illusion's defense was still lacking. Her soul was attacked and almost lost its defense. If not for Yang Wu pulling her in, she would have fallen into the endless abyss. Some of the experts who rushed in later were at a disadvantage. Their souls were unable to defend in time, or their soul power was weak to begin with. Their souls were slashed by the endless soul blades. Screams rang out one after another as their bodies fell into the abyss below. The gates of hell was the true entrance to hell. You can't even withstand this little bit of power. You want to obtain the mystic realm's inheritance? What a joke, a creature from the Ghost Clan said. Those who died were people from outside the five-direction holy palaces. Everyone from the five-direction holy palaces had passed. After entering the gates of hell, they did not reach the assassin, the arch-mystic realm. This was just the beginning. Under the guidance of the Ghost Clan, they passed through a series of dangerous places before finally arriving at a place filled with murderous aura. Here, even the Ghost Clan did not dare to approach. After passing through this killing intent, you can enter the mystic realm, the Ghost Clan said faintly. The killing intent was the true test of the assassin, the arch-mystic realm. Whoever could not pass it would die. At this point, no one could help anyone. Yang Wu never expected that it would be so difficult to enter the assassin, the arch-mystic realm. The killing intent was extremely terrifying. Any one of the floating killing intent could kill a divine-level expert. Even if they had true god-level defensive armors, it would still be very difficult to pass through the killing intent. Do what you can. If you can't pass, don't force yourself. Return to your original spot and wait. Yang Wu transmitted his voice to the people beside him. The assassin, the arch-mystic realm, was important, but compared to their lives, it was nothing. Everyone else listened to him. Soon, they walked into the killing intent one by one. When they walked in, they were the first to be separated. They faced the endless killing intent alone. Kill, kill, kill. Terrifying killing intent appeared in the air as streaks of incomparably sharp killing Dao power furiously slashed over. Yang Wu was already mentally prepared. However, when he faced it, he still felt shocked. This was an absolutely pure killing intent. It penetrated into his soul and bone marrow. It was a killing intent that could make one despair. It was as if no matter how one tried to block it, they could not block it. This was an all-pervasive power. Break for me, Yang Wu shouted as he punched out. However, although his fist shattered the killing intent, the shattering power still seeped into his soul and body. It made him feel like he was being dismembered. It was extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, this level of discomfort was not as bad as the chaotic divine lightning's attack. He could still endure it. As he punched out, he advanced. At the same time, he also felt the killing intent. He thought to himself, maybe I can use the Hunyuan divine chain technique to withstand it and feel what the killing intent is. With this thought, he decided to do so. He completely removed all his defensive power and no longer resisted the all-pervasive killing intent. He used the Hunyuan divine chain technique to withstand the attacks. The Hunyuan divine chain technique was a mystic technique that Little Hay had imparted to him. It could withstand the attacks of many divine chains and temper the body. It was this mystic technique that helped his body to reach a higher level. It also helped him gain a deeper understanding of the martial Tao. When the killing intent power crazily landed on his body, he could withstand it. He could also carefully savor the concepts within. These killing intents not only targeted the body, but also the soul. It was similar to the Tao of death. The difference was that the killing intent of the killing intent of the killing intent was unstoppable. The intent power was incomparably pure. It was like a killing puppet without any emotions. Yang Wu ignored the pain on his body and muttered, "Killing intent is a kind of emotion. It's a kind of original emotion. It's like the 7 emotions and 6 desires. As long as you have killing intent toward someone and this killing intent explodes to the extreme, you can create the killing Tao. However, whether you can enter the true killing Tao depends on how strong your killing intent is. I need a kind of killing intent to condense killing intent. Only then can I create the killing Tao. Who do I have killing intent towards? Tai Jun? Di Xian? No, it should be Kuan Mingzi." Chapter 1758. In the killing intent realm, a portion of the people were killed on the spot. Although the boundless killing intent could not destroy their physical bodies, it could slash their souls. This terrifying killing intent was too pure. It was so pure that it was impossible to guard against. Sun Do relied on his strong endurance to withstand it and enter the assassin, the arch-mystic realm. Sun Do guessed that his elder brother had already entered. Whoever was a step slower would have the mystic realm's inheritance snatched away. Those true God-level living beings had already passed through. Most of the ones left behind were martial God-level living beings. Those princes and princesses had also basically passed through. Yu Huijin and Bing Huan had also passed through. Yu Huijin was originally a goddess-level living being. With the help of Yang Wu's medicinal liquid, her body had been strengthened once again, raising her strength to the peak of the divine realm. She would not give up this opportunity to enter the assassin, the arch-mystic realm. Even if she was covered in injuries, she had to pass through. Bing Huan was the same. However, she could pass through because she had a special Bing Huan talent. She could transform into ice and constantly penetrate through. Even if she was shattered by the killing intent, she could reform it. In order to pass through the killing intent realm, her body was left with a killing intent Tao injury. If she could not remove it, the killing intent would destroy her life force. My Lord has given me this opportunity. How can I waste it? Since it's a Tao injury, I'll slowly comprehend it. After I comprehend it, I will naturally remove it. Bing Huan was very straightforward. She did not care about her injury and dragged her injured body into the mystic realm. Although she knew it was dangerous, she had to enter even if she died. She felt that there was an opportunity that belonged to her here. Premonition was also a talent of hers. Back when she chose to follow Yang Wu, she relied on her premonition talent. They all thought that Yang Wu would enter the assassin, the arch-mystic realm first. However, they did not know that Yang Wu was still in the killing intent realm and had not come out. He was comprehending the killing intent. As he went deeper, the killing intent became more intense. The number of killing intent imprinted on his body also increased. He could also feel the existence of the killing intent more and more. Previously, he had comprehended many Taos. Now, it was not difficult for him to comprehend another Tao. His comprehension ability was simply too astonishing. He sat down cross-legged and absorbed countless slaughter Tao energy to attack him in a frenzy. If others saw this scene, they would definitely think that he was crazy. The power of the killing Tao in this place was indeed not considered too strong. As long as one reached the true God realm, one could rush over. But people like Yang Wu absorbing without any regard for their lives like this were absolutely few in number. When the power of the killing Tao reached a certain level, Yang Wu finally comprehended the killing Tao. Killing Qi, killing intent, killing Tao, triple killing. The origin lies in wanting to kill the enemy. As long as you want to kill the enemy, you can release the strongest killing intent in your heart and fuse it with your mental power to form the Tao of killing. After Yang Wu murmured, he waved his arm, and the killing power around him moved and blasted forward. Bang! The power of the Tao of slaughter was used by Yang Wu, and he unleashed a stunning strike. At this moment, he stood up and stepped out of the killing intent. This is considered the first level of inheritance, Yang Wu said with a calm smile. He was certain that the killing intent was definitely a place of inheritance. If he comprehended it, he would have an additional killing intent. Perhaps it would be very beneficial for him to enter the Slayer Emperor mystic realm. When Yang Wu left this place, he saw another entrance in front of him. It was the entrance to the Slayer Emperor mystic realm. A living being from the Ghost Clan said, there's actually a little ghost who managed to pass through. What a pity. Others have already entered for a long time. It's probably meaningless to pass through now. Why don't you give me some power? A faintly discernible force rushed towards Yang Wu's soul. Before the power could descend on Yang Wu, the power of the killing Tao behind him surged and crushed the power of the Ghost Clan's soul. It could not hurt him at all. Yang Wu glanced at the living being from the Ghost Clan, then rushed into the door of the Slayer Emperor mystic realm. He actually comprehended the killing intent. TSK. It seems like this kid is not ambitious. The living being from the Ghost Clan thought to himself and rushed into the door. The Slayer Emperor mystic realm was a private space. It was the place where the Slayer Emperor lived when he was alive. It was said that he lived alone. He had killed countless opponents and refined their bodies into puppets. He sealed some of the souls that were not dead and kept them as trophies. Now that the door of the Slayer Emperor mystic realm was opened, any living being that could enter would have a chance to obtain the Slayer Emperor mystic realm's inheritance. However, could the inheritance be obtained so easily? When Yang Wu rushed in, there was another boundless power of killing intent that slashed towards him. Even a half-step real god would not be able to block such an attack. Yang Wu's reaction was extremely fast. He moved his body and dodged the fatal attack. However, it was not over yet. Surges of killing intent attacked him crazily. This was completely different from the formless killing intent outside. Yang Wu took a closer look and realized that they were indeed puppet warriors. However, these puppet warriors had the fighting power of killing intent. Each of them held a weapon and surrounded him. There were many corpses in front of him. It was obvious that they had been killed when they had just entered. It was not difficult for Yang Wu to deal with these puppet warriors. He moved his feet quickly and dodged their attacks. The killing intent that they emitted was too obvious. It was not difficult to shoot over. Just as Yang Wu was about to break through the siege, he realized that there was a bulge on the puppet warriors' bodies that was not obvious. It looked like a button. He suddenly had an idea and slapped it. Pack! The puppet warrior's body stopped. Yang Wu was overjoyed. He attacked continuously and slapped the buttons on the 18 puppet warriors' bodies. As expected, they stopped. As expected, there is a weakness. Yang Wu was extremely proud. He wanted to keep the 18 puppet warriors. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. The 18 puppet warriors collided together at the same time. There was a flash of power, and they quickly combined to form a large puppet. Yang Wu's mind was a little confused. Kill! The puppet warrior's killing intent was even more intense after the combination. It raised its battle blade and slashed at Yang Wu. The dense killing intent was chilling. This was indeed a pure killing intent. Then let's see how strong you are. Yang Wu could have dodged, but he did not. He waved his killing fist and attacked. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he threw 81 punches. The puppet warrior also slashed 81 times. Each slash completely blocked Yang Wu's attack. This is just the appetizer. Explode. After gauging the puppet's strength, Yang Wu did not waste any more time. He moved over and swept his leg out like a whip. It landed heavily on the puppet's body. The power contained in his kick was extremely domineering. It directly kicked the puppet warrior until it exploded. When the puppet warrior exploded, the killing intent suddenly condensed into a divine chain. It was a sword-shaped divine chain. It had lost its binding and power. With a casual move, it could be refined and condensed into one's own divine chain. Just as Yang Wu was about to take the killing intent divine chain, a figure quickly flashed by and directly took the divine chain. Yang Wu fixed his eyes and saw that it was Tai Jun. I didn't expect it to be you, kid. Haha, it's really not a waste of effort. Tai Jun looked at Yang Wu and laughed proudly. He had been waiting for Zhenju. He did not expect that he would really catch Zhenju. Yang Wu was also very surprised. He never thought that Tai Jun would be waiting for him here. At this moment, he did not panic at all. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you. This is where we will fight to the death. Yang Wu looked calmly at Tai Jun. On the surface, he looked very calm, but in reality, he had already adjusted himself to his best state. The immortal root in his body, which had long been strengthened, was surging, filling every corner of his body, pushing his strength to the peak. You are not qualified to fight to the death with me. You will only be abused by me. Tai Jun laughed wildly and raised his hand to grab Yang Wu. The earth-shattering claw energy enveloped Yang Wu's head, wanting to tear Yang Wu to pieces. Kill! Yang Wu did not plan to escape. He roared and directly activated his talent, Nether Ice Wing Blade. The Nether Ice Wing Blade was already at the 3rd or 4th stage. It was comparable to a top divine weapon. Its lethality was incomparable. When he used this slash, it meant that he would no longer hold back. Black and White Lotus. 2 torrents erupted from Yang Wu's body, one black and one white, forming a dazzling lotus. First, there was a black pot in front of him. Below, there was a war spear in his hand. The lotus and Tai Jun began to collide head-on. The Nether Ice Wing Blade had the effect of a surprise weapon. When Tai Jun noticed it, he dodged. However, his body was also cut. His attack power was also weakened a lot. It was also blocked by Yang Wu's black pot. Yang Wu's attack enveloped this part of the world. Yang Wu knew the power of Void Absolute Art too well. His move directly crushed the void in all directions. He tried his best to suppress Tai Jun within his range to attack. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing to do. Tai Jun was the disciple of the Void Emperor. Even if he was a registered disciple, he was definitely not comparable to an ordinary true God Realm expert. Would he be afraid of close combat? Tai Jun ignored the death aura on his body. He continuously clawed out with his claws, and a tearing attack landed on the black and white lotus. Just as he thought that the claw energy could directly tear the black and white lotus, he realized that he had estimated wrongly. The black and white lotus actually produced a deflecting force that dissipated most of his attack. The black and white lotus continued to descend. The black and white transformed the life and death aura, crazily depriving Tai Jun of his vitality. It also produced a thick strangulation power that could destroy everything. At the same time, a spear pierced towards Tai Jun's heart like a dragon, unsealing true God Yuyan Spear. Chapter 1759. Real God Yuyan Spear was Real God Yuyan's final masterpiece. It was a top-notch true God weapon. All this while, it had been in a sealed state. Even after Yang Wu had broken through to the divine level and unleashed quite a bit of power, it had not been unsealed. Now, it was finally unsealed. As one with the weapon, a majestic power erupted. The spear pierced out, dominating the world. Tai Jun finally felt a sense of danger. The black and white lotus was shocking enough. Coupled with the top-notch true God spear, he had to take it seriously. Your power is not bad, but if you want to deal with me, you're dreaming. Tai Jun shouted. Golden power condensed and flapped his wings. The earth-shattering power collided with Yang Wu's power. Rumble, rumble. 2 true God-level powers exploded. Yang Wu was blown away, but Tai Jun's chest was also pierced by the spear. Blood seeped out. This time, Yang Wu broke through Tai Jun's defense. Tai Jun was a life form comparable to a level 3 Nine Suns realm. In addition to his enhanced strength, he was comparable to a mid-level true god. However, Yang Wu could injure him. It was clear that Yang Wu's attack power was very strong. This was the power of the immortal root. It was also the end of Yang Wu's training in the War Tomb. Yang Wu didn't retreat. He attacked again. Chaotic Electric Fork Lightning Region. The power of the Heavenly Thunderbone was released. The electric fork also appeared in his hand. It attracted endless chaotic divine lightning and covered Tai Jun. At this moment, if he didn't fight, he might be the one to die. Amazing. Even the Emperor's son isn't like this. Tai Jun sighed. His body was covered with a layer of divine armor and a 3-pronged blade. He waved the power of the void and attacked Yang Wu head-on. He was a true god. Couldn't he take down a martial god? If that was the case, it would be too embarrassing for the Void Emperor. Tai Jun was a mutated race. He had the talent of a mutated race. Coupled with the Void Loss technique, he was definitely a powerful existence. Every move he made carried a destructive force that blasted Yang Wu's body. Although Yang Wu's explosive power was also incomparably strong, it was completely insufficient. With Yang Wu's current abilities, he could fight against beginner real god experts. However, he could only fight against ordinary beginner real god experts. He wasn't a real god like Tai Jun. The power of the two collided repeatedly, and Yang Wu was sent flying while vomiting blood. This was the Slayer Emperor Mystic Realm. With such a terrifying power erupting, it attracted endless killing intent. The power of the Path of Slaughter tore through the air and slashed at Tai Jun. Tai Jun jumped in fright and mobilized his power to collide with the Killing Dao power. Puff! The power of the Killing Dao was too domineering. It was the Killing Dao condensed from divine chains. It sent Tai Jun flying. Yang Wu obtained this sliver of space and immediately chose to flee. I'm still too weak. I want to become stronger. Yang Wu thought to himself. He crazily circulated the supreme 9 mystic arts. Suddenly, a familiar feeling surged in his mind. He exclaimed, It's the mystic essence Qi. For so many years, Yang Wu had sensed the mystic essence Qi. It was just that he couldn't sense it. Other than the mystic essence Qi in the Dragon Phoenix Abyss, he didn't know the whereabouts of any other mystic essence Qi. He didn't expect to sense its existence the moment he entered the Slayer Emperor Mystic Realm. This was undoubtedly the best reward for him. This is my blessed land, Yang Wu said with absolute certainty. Hence, he flew in the direction of the mystic essence Qi. However, before he could fly very far, a wave of murderous energy slashed at him. Puff! He followed in Tai Jun's footsteps and crashed to the ground. A long scar split open on his body. Boundless power acted on his body, trying to erase his life force. This was the power of the divine chains. Yang Wu immediately mobilized the immortal root's power to heal the scar. However, he realized that it wasn't that simple. It was a Dao injury. It was different from the Dao injuries that appeared on his body. This was an external Dao injury that was the most difficult to deal with. His power was not enough to force the Dao injury out. However, the immortal root's power could prevent it from further destroying his vitality. I also understand the power of the Killing Dao. Yang Wu had already comprehended the power of the Killing Dao outside. It was easy for the Killing Dao divine chain to injure him, but difficult to kill him. He decided to ignore it. He planned to slowly refine the Killing Dao divine chain. Previously, the Killing Dao divine chain that appeared was intercepted by Tai Jun. He would use his own strength to overcome it. He continued forward. From time to time, Killing Dao power would slash out. He circulated the Hunyuan divine chain technique to absorb all of the Killing Dao. More than 10 terrifying scars appeared on his body. If it were any other divine rank life form, they would have been killed. Soon, he found a place with the densest Killing Dao power. There was a huge palace there. Many people had gathered there. Some true gods were attacking, trying to force their way into the palace. Many puppet warriors appeared and fought with these life forms. The terrifying battle continued, and the area affected was getting larger and larger. Yang Wu withdrew his aura and opened his soul eye, looking for an opportunity to enter the palace. Unfortunately, the puppets here were all true gods. There were many of them. It was not easy for him to kill his way through. This is definitely not the divine palace. Why are there so many divine chains? Yang Wu thought to himself as he looked around. This was an independent space, not the space of the divine palace. The environment in all directions was different. In addition to the palace, there were many squares cut by swords. Different things were sealed in each square space. There were puppet warriors, souls, medicine fields, and even divine veins crisscrossing on the ground. There were divine treasures everywhere. However, everyone knew that the divine palace was where the Slayer Emperor's inheritance was. It was not easy to get the divine treasures. Each square space was surrounded by the power of killing Tao divine chains. Some of the divine chains could kill a true god. The Slayer Emperor's mystic realm had been weakened for countless years. However, it was still a terrifying threat to those who entered. Yang Wu suppressed his desire and locked his eyes on the divine veins in other directions. There were some mystical items in the divine veins. It was where the divine rank life forms fought. He saw Sun Do fighting with others. It was Di Xian from the Void Hall. The two of them were fighting fiercely. Di Xian had people holding the line. Sun Do was fighting alone. As for Princess Du Xiaojing, she was leading the Imperial Hall's life forms and fighting with the Divine Hall's people for other true god items. Du Xiaojing was very powerful. She was not weaker than Yang Wu. When she went all out, she was not someone anyone could deal with. The Emperor's son of the Divine Hall was not weaker than her. It would not be easy to determine the winner. Yang Wu hesitated for a moment. He quickly refined the killing Tao divine chains on his body. He increased the power of the killing Tao and became more compatible with the heaven and earth. He could feel the killing intent from time to time. He shouted, "Anyone who hurts my brother will die." Yang Wu held the Yin True God Spear and smashed it down. The spear contained the power of the killing Tao. It could kill all life forms. Di Xian raised his eyebrows and muttered, "Tai Jun, this trash. Why didn't you kill him?" Then he said to the person next to him, "Senior, he is the son of fate, Yang Wu." The bald man behind Di Xian looked at Yang Wu. He raised his fist and punched at Yang Wu. Void fist. The fist flashed, and the fist force was already in front of Yang Wu. Yang Wu was anxious to save Sun Do. He was hit by the fist and flipped a few times. The Son of Destiny is nothing more than this. The bald man stepped through the air towards Yang Wu. Di Guang, Di Xian Sr., was one of the personal disciples of the Void Emperor. He was an expert who had reached the level of a half-step true god. He could fight against a true god. He could even fight evenly with Tai Jun. This time, he had entered the Imperial Slayer mystic realm to find a suitable item for his god-building palace. Yang Wu calmed himself down. He held the Yin True God Spear and stabbed at Di Guang. A long spear light pierced through the sky and arrived in front of Di Guang in an instant. Flowing light movement technique. Yang Wu's spear light only pierced Di Guang's afterimage. Di Guang continued to attack from another direction. Void fists came at Yang Wu from all directions. The dense void fists and the domineering fist force caused the sky to shake. If this was the outside world, these forces would have broken through the layers of space. However, this was the Imperial Slayer mystic realm. Even if it was broken, it was still extremely stable. Yang Wu had done some research on void absolute arts. His water moon mirror technique was very powerful. He could react to moves that he had already understood. Before these void fists could land on him, he had already rushed out from the gap like a dragon. A dragon-like spear shadow swooped down towards Di Guang. Di Guang did not expect Yang Wu to break through his attack. He raised his eyebrows. His fists were covered with gloves. He crossed them and formed a defensive stance. There was a radiance shining. Cross light. This was a defensive and offensive move. Rumble. The two forces collided with each other, causing a shockwave of power to erupt. The radiance was directly pierced by Yang Wu. The spear light landed heavily and pierced Di Guang's arms. Di Guang was sent flying by this force. Yang Wu did not stop there. He raised the long spear and smashed down. The long spear shadow was like a pillar that supported the heavens. Di Guang could not dodge it. He took it head-on. In the end, he was still sent flying. This was the full, unsealed power of the Yin True God Spear. A top-grade True God weapon was not a joke. Yang Wu did not think that Di Guang would be killed so easily. Before he could help Sun Do, another void fist came at him. I know the Tao of the void, too. In the next moment, Yang Wu entered the void. He raised his long spear and charged towards Di Guang. Tao of the void. Di Guang was surprised. He did not expect Yang Wu to be able to comprehend their Tao of the void. The two imperial princes were engaged in an intense battle in the void. Awesome, awesome. The son of fate did not disappoint me. However, your strength is not enough. It's enough to kill you. Chapter 1760. Di Guang's strength was about the same as Di Xian's. However, he had entered the sect earlier than Di Xian and had cultivated for a longer time. Di Xian was the most recognized disciple of the Void Emperor. He believed that Di Xian had the potential to reach the same height as him in the Tao of the Void. Di Guang was not convinced. He was more than 200 years older than Di Xian and had cultivated for a longer time. His comprehension of the Tao of the Void was pure. He attacked Yang Wu again and again with his light-speed fist. He wanted to kill Yang Wu. In his opinion, if he killed Yang Wu first, it would prove that he was stronger than Di Xian. Unfortunately, Yang Wu's strength was beyond his expectations. The overbearing True God spear shattered all his attacks. Spear after spear landed on Di Guang's body, leaving scars on his powerful body. Di Guang was aware of Yang Wu's strength. No wonder he dared to call himself the young emperor. You forced me to use my true strength. Di Guang shouted loudly and continued to increase the strength of his body. His fists continued to emit dazzling rays of light which shrouded the entire world. Countless fists madly bombarded towards Yang Wu. The Tao of the Void. Eternal light speed. He cultivated the power of light and combined the two martial Taos to form his domain. This domain could affect one's vision, making it difficult to see the surroundings. At the same time, fists accompanied by white light bombarded towards Yishuan. Yang Wu could not see Di Guang's existence and was bombarded by thousands of fists. The black tortoise battle armor on his body kept revolving. Thanks to the great success of the deflection path, most of the attacks were deflected. Even if some of the attacks passed through, they were blocked by his Emperor Jade battle armor. However, Di Guang's attack did not stop there. A light blade pierced towards Yang Wu's forehead. Ding dang. The light blade pierced the space between Yang Wu's eyebrows and got stuck. This was a true god-level light blade. It broke Yang Wu's black tortoise battle armor, but it could not break through the Emperor Jade battle armor. However, Yang Wu was still dizzy from the stab. The power of this strike was extremely ferocious. The other lights did not stop. They continued to bombard him, trying to shatter his black tortoise battle armor. Yang Wu was never a passive person. He wanted to fight back. The way of the black tortoise. It was as if he had transformed into a black tortoise. Boundless waves of energy surged up into the sky. His battle spear unleashed a boundless battle technique, shattering Di Guang's domain. Kill. Yang Wu's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Those divine chains of the Tao of Slaughter erupted and merged with the heaven and earth, greatly increasing the power of his attack. Spear after spear, continuous and unending, like the waves of the sea, the impact became incomparably terrifying. The divine chains of the killing Tao contained within it forced Di Guang to retreat. So strong, Di Guang exclaimed in shock as he retreated into the void. When he appeared, a mirror of light shone in front of him. The heavenly fiend divine mirror. Thousands of terrifying, baleful aura transformed into strands of destructive energy, rushing towards Yang Wu. He had nowhere to hide. Yang Wu was not afraid at all. This heavenly fiend divine mirror should be a mid-grade, true god weapon, far inferior to his true god Yu Yin spear. A black pot appeared in his other hand to block. At the same time, he stabbed out with true god Yu Yin spear, breaking through the baleful aura and sending Di Guang flying. The Netherworld Ice Wing Blade chased after Di Guang and cut off one of his arms. In this head-on confrontation, Yang Wu had the upper hand. Big brother, don't worry about me. Although this kid is strong, I'm not afraid. Sun Do's voice sounded. Yang Wu was relieved. He wanted to kill Di Guang. The people of the Void Palace were all his enemies. There was no reason for him to let them go. I believe the Void Emperor will be heartbroken to kill an Imperial Prince. Yang Wu murmured. He used the Void Shuttling technique to catch up to Di Guang and attacked again. True God Yu Yin's spear swung down continuously. One after another, earth-shattering spear light drowned Di Guang completely. You underestimate me too much. Let me show you my talent. Di Guang's severed arm regrew. A light sphere formed, blocking Yang Wu's attack. Even if it couldn't block for long, it was enough to buy him some time to breathe. Light illusion. In an instant, the entire world was filled with Di Guang's shadows. There were shadows everywhere. Every shadow attacked Yangwu. Every move was different. These illusions were so real that it was terrifying. One person would be terrified when faced with thousands of enemies. Yangwu was surrounded. The black tortoise battle armor was shattered. The Emperor Jade battle armor was also slashed by the opponent's true god weapon. Blood splattered out. Yang Wu's body was comparable to a true god weapon. Even so, he couldn't block the attacks of the mid-grade true god weapon. Trample on you, Di Guang said excitedly. This move of his could kill a true god, let alone an opponent who hadn't reached the true god realm. Is that so? Yang Wu responded, activating the celestial moon mirror technique. This was a talent that could imitate other people's battle skills. When this talent was activated, Yang Wu immediately sensed the mysteries of Di Guang's move. So that's how it is. His soul power of the divine court had split into many clones, and he had also fused his battle chi into them. It seemed simple, but it was not easy to learn at all. Some of the key details were also imitated by the immortal moon in mirror technique. When Yang Wu also displayed this innate combat skill, Di Guang was dumbfounded. This was something he could only do by using his light talent. How could Yang Wu do it? Countless silhouettes collided with each other, and both sides completely exploded. Yang Wu didn't want to be entangled here. He still wanted the mysterious essence chi, killing Tao God chains. Before this, the divine chains of slaughter he had refined all erupted. Moreover, a large number of divine chains of slaughter tore through the air and suppressed the emperor light together. Di Guang also had the power of god chains. He was close to the true god realm, so he could unleash different god chains. However, when the two forces collided, he found that the power of his god chains quickly disintegrated. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Killing Tao god chains, damn it. Di Guang wanted to escape after sensing the power of Yang Wu's god chains, but he was too slow. Half of his divine body was crushed by the power of the god chains. Only the upper half of his body escaped. If he couldn't force the killing Tao god chains out of his body, the other half of his body would be destroyed as well. Defeating Di Guang didn't mean that Yang Wu had won. There were other experts in the Void Hall. Fortunately, those true god experts weren't here. Otherwise, Yang Wu wouldn't have dared to come here. A martial god named Gan Ta, who had met Yang Wu once, stared at Yang Wu and said, "This is the guy who escaped from the void space. He is also the son of destiny that the great emperor wants to capture." With Gan Ta as the leader, more than 10 peak martial gods and even half-step true gods charged at Yang Wu with divine weapons. A void divine sword slashed at Yang Wu's head. A ghost blade pierced Yang Wu's divine soul. A cross spear stabbed at Yang Wu's heart. Each of them was a true god weapon. This was the foundation of the Void Hall. Other forces wouldn't be able to take out so many true god weapons. Each of them was shockingly valuable. How could Yang Wu withstand so many attacks? The way of life and death, black and white lotus. Life and death, forming the shape of yin and yang. A lotus spun rapidly and affected the vitality of heaven and earth. Countless spear lights moved along with the black and white lotus and blocked all the attacks. This wasn't enough. A black pot flew out and blocked the true god weapons. "I'll kill all of you in one go." Yang Wu was ruthless and activated the soul bell. The soul bell required a large amount of soul power to support it. Now that Yang Wu's soul power had reached the true god level, he could finally unleash a trace of its power. Dong! The burial bell rang. The tyrannical soul power impact crashed into the minds of those living beings. Some of their souls exploded and died. Even those who had a soul defense were dizzy from the impact, and their blood was in turmoil. The soul bell was a terrifying divine weapon. Even if it wasn't an immortal weapon, it was still a peak true god weapon. It was even scarier than the Yu Yin true god spear. As the bell rang, the life of those living beings came to an end. When Yang Wu's black and white lotus swept past, their vitality was completely deprived. At the same time, A wisp of vitality was transformed into Yang Wu's body. This was the magical part of his Tao of life and death. Shriveled corpses that had lost their souls fell from the sky. More than 10 peak martial gods fell at the same time. The people of the Void Palace were shocked. If they had joined the battle just now, they would have ended up like this. This soul bell is terrifying. Only the Imperial Prince can fight against it. Imperial Prince Di Guang has been beaten away, and Lord Di Xian hasn't finished the battle yet. Can we hold on? Damn it. If only Lord Di Shirtian was here. He can definitely deal with this guy. What's the use of saying this now? Ask Lord Di Xian to run away. The people of Void Palace weren't cowards. They knew the severity of the matter. Yang Wu had such a great killing weapon. None of them could get away with it. There were divine treasures everywhere. There was no need to be entangled here. Di Xian, who was entangled with Sun Do, obviously felt the commotion here. He gritted his teeth and left through the void while shouting, "Retreat!" He didn't care about those people at all. In his eyes, they were nothing but subordinates. Since Di Xian had fled, the people of Void Palace didn't stay for long. They quickly fled. Yang Wu wouldn't let them off so easily. The soul bell rang for the second time. Another group of targeted people's souls exploded and died on the spot. Yang Wu didn't continue to pursue. He didn't want to force the other party. If he did, whether it was Di Guang or Di Xian, they would definitely have ultimate killing weapons. They didn't use it here because they were waiting for the best opportunity. "Skinny Monkey, are you okay?" Yang Wu landed beside Sun Do and asked. Sun Do's body was full of injuries. He also changed into the appearance of a Saint Clan member. He shook his head and said, "I won't die. That guy's talent in the void is terrifying. I almost fell for it." He paused for a moment and said, "There's a golden divine flame here. I want to refine it. Big brother, protect me." Chapter 1761. The golden divine flame was in the golden sea of fire below. It was a top-notch divine flame that was infinitely close to a true god's divine flame. It was the flame that Sun Do needed. If he absorbed it, it could help him break through to the top of the divine flames. It might even transform into a true god flame. Apart from that, there was a layer of crystal on the surface of the golden divine flame. It was a fire divine crystal. It was an energy crystal that warriors who cultivated fire, Xian Qi, needed the most. It could absorb the surrounding fire, Xian Qi. The crystal was like a divine stone, but it was of a higher grade. The majestic flames could not stop Sun Do. He directly entered the golden sea of fire and swallowed the flames from all directions. He swallowed the golden divine flame as well. The golden divine flame was extremely ferocious. It engulfed the skinny monkey and burned him. The skinny monkey ignored the pain and absorbed the golden divine flame without caring about anything else. Some martial gods who cultivated fire Xian Qi came closer, wanting to fight for it. However, Yang Wu sat cross-legged in the air. No one dared to come close. Yang Wu had just slaughtered the people from the Void Palace. He had displayed too much power. The blue demoness in Yang Wu's heart also wanted to swallow the golden divine flame, but it was restrained by him. Although the blue demoness was still at the top of the divine flames, it could definitely burn a true god. It had absorbed the chaotic lightning fire and was one of the celestial flames. Its power was even more terrifying than an ordinary divine flame. As it became stronger, Yang Wu realized how extraordinary it was. Sun Do did not take long to absorb the golden divine flame. After he transformed into his original body and swallowed the golden divine flame, he became a golden divine spirit. His eyes shone brightly as his power rose. If he fought Di Xian again in his current state, he would definitely not lose. "Big brother, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me. Go and get the other creations," Sun Do said. "Are you sure?" Yang Wu asked. "I'm sure. Big brother, go ahead. I'll come and help you in a while," Sun Do replied. Yang Wu nodded. His gaze was fixed on a square plot of land in front of him. There was a divine pool there. It was the power that the immortal peach tree desired. As for the Xian essence Qi, he put aside for now. The battle between true gods was too intense. If he barged in, there would be nothing good for him. He flew towards a square and was about to face the attacks of the divine chains of killing. These powers no longer posed any threat to him. Instead, they became his aid. He had comprehended the killing Tao within the killing Tao intent domain. Now was the time to take advantage of the situation. As he rushed over, he saw more than a dozen martial gods fighting frantically. Among them was the Luo family's super martial god, Luo Cheng. Yang Wu had obtained a place from the medicine god hall and given it to the Luo family. Luo Cheng was the representative of the Luo family. He was at the peak of the divine realm. As the divine son of the previous generation, he had the title of super martial god and was the #1 divine realm cultivator in the Luo state. Originally, Luo Cheng was confident that he would be able to obtain the divine pool in front of him. It was known as the #1 divine water, the Jasper divine water. Not only could it increase a divine realm cultivator's strength, but it could also increase a cultivator's ability to awaken their innate talents and increase the battle prowess of their water profound chi. It was known as the Jasper divine energy. This divine pool was sealed by the divine chains of killing Tao. It would not be easy to obtain it. He would have to face the competition of others. There was a super martial god from the divine palace called Zhang Yushi. He was the strongest among them. Luo Cheng was at a loss. How dare a guy from a small place touch the divine water? Get lost. Zhang Yushi held 2 divine whips and kept swinging them. The martial gods around him kept retreating. He also paid special attention to Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng's body was covered in wounds. The strength that Luo Cheng had displayed was very strong. Moreover, he had almost barged into the divine pool. Zhang Yushi was naturally furious. Luo Cheng could not dodge the attacks of the 2 whips, even if he wanted to. These were divine whips, specially made for the legs of the high-level true god sea demon cockroach. No matter where he hid, they could hit him. Luo Cheng was not weak. This time, he had brought a few true god weapons. One was a true god armor, and the other was a battle spear and a battle sword. Unfortunately, the highest grade was only a mid-level true god battle spear. It could not be compared to the divine whips. Not only that, his combat strength was inferior. Someone retreated and shouted, "I quit. I quit." Soon, a few more people announced that they did not dare to fight with Zhang Yushi. The people from the divine palace were unreasonable. It was difficult for Luo Cheng to quit. He was attacked the most. He kept blocking, but more and more whip marks appeared on his body. Even his battle armor was broken. This is too much. Luo Cheng was a god's child. So when had he ever suffered such humiliation before? He unleashed his innate ability, the water of the Luo River, and a massive torrent of water gushed toward Zhang Yushi. Wave after wave of water gushed toward Zhang Yushi, bringing with it terrifying destructive power. Rumble, rumble. Luo Cheng thought that his full-powered attack would be able to break through the other party's attack. Who knew that one of the long whips would explode his river like a sea demon, while the other one would bind his body and drag him down heavily. Bang! Luo Cheng was no match for Zhang Yushi. He ended up in a miserable state. This guy must be the divine son of the Luo Manor. He is not bad, but he is not qualified to take the Jasper divine water. The quasi-emperors of the divine palace are not to be trifled with. This guy is courting death. Let's go find other opportunities. We will leave this place to him. The surrounding martial gods did not dare to fight. They were not on the same level. If they insisted, they would end up like Luo Cheng. But right at this moment, a powerful surge of energy suddenly shot toward Zhang Yushi. Before Zhang Yushi could even react, he had already been sent flying from the sky. Luo Cheng was saved. Was it a true god? This question popped up in everyone's mind. A person appeared beside Luo Cheng and asked, "Are you okay?" When Luo Cheng saw Yang Wu, he heaved a sigh of relief. He shook his head and said, "I won't die yet." He took a deep breath, and the injuries on his divine body began to heal. However, some of the injuries contained Zhang Yushi's power, so it would not be so easy to heal. Zhang Yushi rushed back and shouted, "Who the hell dares to plot against me? It's me, your old man." Yang Wu raised his head and looked at Zhang Yushi. In the eyes of others, offending any divine palace was not worth it. However, Yang Wu did not care. He was also a member of the divine palace. "Who do you think you are?" Zhang Yushi shouted. A long whip flew toward Yang Wu. The tentacles of the long whip cockroach were incomparably intelligent. No matter how the enemy dodged, it could reach them. "Be careful, it can lock onto your location." Luo Cheng transmitted his voice to Yang Wu. Yang Wu acted as if he did not hear anything. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the long whip. He grabbed it firmly, immobilizing it. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yang Wu actually grabbed Zhang Yosher's high-grade, true god weapon with his bare hands. "How dare you? Let go." Zhang Yosher smiled coldly. He shook the long whip, and a poisonous aura came out of the long whip. He wanted to cripple Yang Wu's arm. However, when this energy invaded Yang Wu's arm, Yang Wu was still unmoved. He shouted coldly, "Get over here." He pulled forcefully, and Zhang Yusher involuntarily flew toward Yang Wu. Zhang Yusher was a quasi-emperor. He could not be led by the nose by Yang Wu. He swung his other long whip. The power of this whip was even stronger. It tore through space. Even a true god would not dare to take it lightly. Yang Wu still grabbed the long whip with his bare hands. Everyone from the divine palace should be killed. Yang Wu released a strong, killing intent. The killing Tao God chains were activated at the same time. They surrounded Zhang Yusher and attacked him. Zhang Yosher's expression changed. He did not expect Yang Wu to be able to control the killing Tao God chains here. "Let go." Zhang Yusher did not dare to play around anymore. He used all his strength and shook the long whip, trying to retract it. Yang Wu's arms were stronger than his. He held the long whip tightly, not giving Zhang Yusher a chance to retract it. A round will flew out and blocked the attacks of the killing Tao God chains for Zhang Yusher. It was also a true god weapon. Yang Wu's figure flashed. The Yu Yin true god spear attacked Zhang Yusher with the power of the killing Tao God chains. Every spear light was infused with the power of the killing Tao God chains. Its destructive power was extremely strong. This was one of the benefits that Yang Wu gained from cultivating the Hunyuan God Chains art. After being tempered by the killing Tao, his understanding of the killing Tao was incomparable to others. While controlling the killing Tao God Chains, Yang Wu understood that these were just a little bit of the killing Tao God's remaining power. In the palace, they were the most terrifying killing Tao God Chains. Those who touched them would die, without a doubt. This was also the reason why he delayed the mystic essence Qi. He wanted to let the true god experts exhaust themselves first. Zhang Yusher had witnessed Yang Wu's strength, but he was not weak either. He also used the power of the killing Tao God chains to resist. Unfortunately, in front of the killing Tao God chains, his power was nothing. "If you want my whips, you can have them." Zhang Yusher threw the whips away and used all his strength to resist the attacks of the killing Tao God chains. After he threw the whips away, the whips still had the power to restrain Yang Wu. This was an innate true god weapon. Yang Wu did not expect the whips to have such a strange side. He was caught off guard. Let's see how you die this time." Zhang Yusher laughed maniacally. He raised the round wheel and slashed at Yang Wu's head. Before the round wheel could reach Yang Wu, Luo Cheng had already stood in front of Yang Wu. Pung! Under the collision of the two forces, Luo Cheng was sent flying. Their cultivation levels were about the same, but the difference in their battle prowess was too great. The round wheel once again flew at Yang Wu. "It's over." Luo Cheng wanted to close his eyes and not look at Yang Wu. He did not expect Yang Wu to fall for it so easily. The round wheel fell, and Yang Wu's figure was split into two. "That's all you got," Zhang Yusher said with disdain. "Is that so?" Just as he finished his words, he felt his back tighten. A terrifying sense of danger attacked him. Pung. Chapter 1762. How could Yang Wu be killed so easily? What Zhang Yusher had slain was nothing more than an afterimage. He used void travel to appear behind Zhang Yusher and sent a kick towards Zhang Yosher's head. With a loud bang, Zhang Yusher was sent flying. It wasn't over yet. Ignoring the fact that his body was tied up, Yang Wu's legs were still able to move. Like a tornado, he kicked furiously at Zhang Yusher. Stormblade. Countless tornadoes shrouded Zhang Yushi, attempting to tear him apart. Zhang Yushi was wearing the true god armor, so he wouldn't be killed so easily. He waved his wheel, trying to break through Yang Wu's attack, but he couldn't do it. Yang Wu's storms were everywhere, and they were densely packed. His attacks were much stronger than Zhang Yushi's. How can I lose to you? As a super martial god, Zhang Yushi wouldn't be defeated so easily. The battle rune between his eyebrows erupted, and his strength rose rapidly. This was the heavenly god technique, a secret technique of the heavenly god palace. Zhang Yushi's strength rose sharply. The wheel spun continuously, breaking through the layers of storms and forcing Yang Wu back. It's this annoying battle rune. You killed my teacher. With a furious roar, Yang Wu broke free from the two whips and grabbed them tightly. Ignoring their resistance, he flung them toward Zhang Yushi. At the same time, Yang Wu opened his soul eye and directed a terrifying amount of soul power at Zhang Yushi's battle runes. Cultivating the heavenly god technique could not only improve one's physical strength, but also one's soul. Zhang Yushi's soul power was very strong, but he didn't have a true god armor to protect his soul. When Yang Wu's soul eye shot at him, he released a powerful soul power to resist. His true body continued to fight. This was the strength of a quasi-emperor level expert. It seemed like Yang Wu had underestimated Zhang Yushi. When the other party displayed such strength, his fighting spirit was ignited as well. Teacher, watch carefully. I will use your battle skill to destroy them. Yang Wu put away his true god Yu-Yin spear and tied up the two whips as well. Then, he waved his barbarian god arm and attacked. Astral Fist. This was a fist skill that Hao Run had created himself. He had passed it on to Yang Wu, and when Hao Run had fought against the people of the Heavenly God Temple, he had used this fist skill. This time, Yang Wu did not hold back and directly used the power of his immortal foundation. His battle prowess reached its peak, and with one punch, the sky and night lost their color. When Zhang Yushi's attack collided with Yang Wu's fist, it was instantly crushed. So strong, Zhang Yushi panicked. He still persevered, erupting with his greatest power to the extreme, also brandishing his consummate skill. Heavenly God's fist, this was the most powerful fist technique of the Divine Hall. Under the activation of the battle runes, its power was unparalleled. In an instant, the two imperial princes collided violently. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wave after wave of power collided. The surrounding martial gods were scared and retreated as far as they could. A battle between true gods was nothing more than this. Pooh! A figure was sent flying. It was Zhang Yushi. His body was smashed by Yang Wu, and even his true god battle armor cracked. It was clear how terrifying Yang Wu's fist strength was. Yang Wu was like an invincible god of war. His fighting strength continued to crush down. The power of his soul had already broken Zhang Yushi's soul, causing his aura to weaken rapidly. You want to defeat me? Not so easy. Zhang Yushi shouted. His hands kept forming seals, and his talent power exploded. Astral travel. Suddenly, his soul condensed and formed an incomparably terrifying soul power to suppress Yang Wu. This was his innate ability. His powerful soul power directly erupted to the true god level. Moreover, it was not as simple as an ordinary true god. It had reached the level of a mid-level true god. Under such soul power suppression, ordinary true gods would not be able to move. This was an incomparably terrifying soul power. So scary, Luo Chung muttered. Not only him, but even the surrounding martial gods thought so. Since this move was aimed at them, their souls would definitely be destroyed. Apart from that, Zhang Yushi's physical strength also increased explosively. He merged it with his soul power and punched out. God's Supreme Fist. This was his strongest heaven-piercing fist. He was definitely not a quasi-emperor level character. He could compete with a real emperor. This guy had been hiding his strength. If it was someone else, they would have wet their pants from this terrifying soul power. However, Yang would not. He also had true god level soul power. He was not afraid of Zhang Yushi's suppression at all. On the contrary, Zhang Yushi should be worried. If he activated the soul bell, this guy would definitely die. Yang Wu did not do so. He continued to activate the power of his immortal foundation. The 1,000 holes in his dantian exploded, and the power of every part was mobilized to the extreme. The power of his right arm gathered, and the power of the 108 stars landed on his fist and punched out. "Master, take a look at this fist," Yang Wu muttered. Bang! Star Fist's third fist, Starfall. In an instant, the stars exploded, and endless power fluctuated endlessly. The surrounding people were shocked, thinking that a high-level true god powerhouse had made a move. In the distance, someone from the palace looked over and muttered, "Not bad." This person forcefully tore apart a true god-level battle and barged into the palace. His strength was tyrannical. When all the power disappeared, everything returned to normal. Zhang Yushi was gone. His vitality had also completely disappeared. Yang Wu withdrew his fist. He did not care about the reactions of the surrounding living beings. He ignored Luo Cheng and plunged into the Jasper deity's lake below. The Jasper deity's lake was shrouded in killing Dao divine chains. Each chain was more terrifying than the last. Even if a true god came here, he would not dare to barge in directly. To Yang Wu, who had comprehended the killing Dao, this did not pose a threat. Instead, it could buy him time to block those who wanted to obtain the Jasper deity's lake. Luo Cheng swallowed his saliva. He also wanted to go in with Yang Wu. As long as he could obtain the Jasper deity's lake, this trip would not be in vain. Unfortunately, Yang Wu did not seem to see him. He did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. The other party had just saved him. What else did he want? Yang Wu entered the Jasper deity's lake. Looking at the Jasper deity's lake, he did not hesitate to enter the deity's lake and accept the baptism. As expected of an emperor-grade secret realm, Yang Wu sighed. He released the supreme 9 mysteries mantra and crazily absorbed the Jasper deity's water. He was not the only one who was absorbing it. Even the immortal peach tree was absorbing it. Moreover, it was absorbing it the most happily. "Not bad, not bad. It can help me grow taller." The immortal peach tree said happily. The Jasper deity's water was quickly reduced by a third. Most of it was absorbed by the immortal peach tree. Some of it was absorbed by Yang Wu. He was converting energy to his immortal root. His dantian also needed to be replenished. His kidneys were of the water attribute. They also absorbed a large amount of the Jasper deity's lake. His strength was rising steadily. Not enough. It's far from enough. Yang Wu desired to become stronger. He had to use all his strength to kill a quasi-emperor's son. He had to quickly reach the peak of the deity realm. Only then would he be able to fight against a true god. This was the first time Yang Wu did not suppress the absorption of his dantian. He was trying to break through to the 11th level of the Jade Moon realm. In the outside world, someone once again rushed to the location of the Jasper deity's lake. They wanted to break through the defenses here and enter. However, they were killed by the power of the killing Dao divine chains. There were also living beings who ignored the power of the killing Dao divine chains. They were Kuan Mingzi, who had joined the heavenly god palace. He looked down from the sky with the others. He could vaguely see Yang Wu's existence. "Little junior brother, the person you want to kill is below. This is the god-slaying all. It's a top-grade, true god weapon. You only need one strike to kill him." Ruan Dongni, who was beside Kuan Mingzi, said faintly. The reason why Kuan Mingzi was the emperor of the heavenly god palace was not only because of his fortuitous encounters, but also because he had the same immortal root as Yang Wu. He had an immortal body and was not a divine body. Kuan Mingzi received an extremely sharp weapon. He wiped off his smile and said, "Many thanks, senior sister. Yang Wu killed senior brother Zhang. Let me avenge him." Then, an extremely cold power exploded from his body and gathered on the god-slaying all. Kuan Mingzi's cultivation level had reached the pinnacle of the divine realm. He had improved even faster than Yang Wu. He was indeed the emperor of the heavenly god palace who had been focused on nurturing him. Yang Wu, oh Yang Wu, so what if you're the son of fate? You are destined to die here today. Kunmingzi thought to himself. Then, he swung the god-slaying all down heavily at Yang Wu's location. This was a top-grade true god weapon. Its power was boundless. Kunming Moon also activated the power of the immortal root. It exploded with absolute cold air and blasted down on the power of the killing Tao divine chains below. After the killing Tao divine chains were suppressed, they all exploded to resist the god-slaying all. Some of their power also wreaked havoc in the Jasper deity's lake, affecting Yang Wu. Yang Wu reacted immediately. The black pot covered his head. However, he still felt that it was not safe enough. He felt a destructive power and absolute cold power that threatened his life force. He activated Blue Enchantress and covered his body, entering his strongest defensive battle state. At this moment, he released the Qian Koan space and took the Jasper deity's lake. Of course, he would not waste such a great opportunity. It's over. Luo Cheng looked at this scene from afar and felt worried for Yang Wu. Even a true god might not be able to block such a terrifying attack. Rumble, rumble. The power of the killing Tao divine chains and the god-slaying all exploded and affected Yang Wu greatly. If he could not defend himself, he would die without a doubt. The god-slaying all was an offensive true god weapon. Moreover, it was on the true god weapon list. It was much more terrifying than the Yu Yin true god spear. It broke through the killing Tao divine chains and blasted towards Yang Wu. Yang Wu, farewell. Kuan Mingzi smiled proudly and thought to himself, who knew that a ray of spear light would charge out in defiance of the heavens. Chapter 1763. Yang Wu wasn't that easy to kill. The god-killing all's power was scary, but the killing Wei god chain had canceled out most of its power. Yang Wu used the black pot to block it, and he used real god Yu Yin's spear to attack. At this moment, Yang Wu's strength had already risen by a level. Just now, the Jasper deity's lake had helped him rise from level 10 to level 11. If he hadn't been interrupted, he could have reached level 12. The spear shattered the god-killing all's power. It faced Kuan Mingzi and Ruan Dongni. Kuan Mingzi! Yang Wu roared when he saw his nemesis. Real god Yu Yin's spear stabbed out like a dragon. I haven't fought in a long time. Let's see how strong you are. Kuan Mingzi shouted. He raised the god-killing all and attacked. They were nemeses, and their powers were extraordinary. They exploded with the power of a king's child. They kept clashing like stars. The destructive power was shocking. Yang Wu didn't expect Kuan Mingzi to be this strong. He couldn't help but sigh. I'm not the only one who has opportunities. Others have them too. Kuan Mingzi cursed in his heart. I have a deity root, and I have master's help. That's why I can improve so fast. How can Yang Wu improve so fast? I have to kill him. I can't let him grow any stronger. While the two were fighting fiercely, a golden flaming staff came from the sky. Its target was Kuan Mingzi. A super warrior beside, Ruan Dongni rushed out and blocked the cudgel, but he was also forced to retreat hundreds of feet away. You bully my big brother. Have you asked me, old son? Sun Do raised his battle sky staff and attacked. After refining the golden god flame, his power reached the top of the god realm. His speed of improvement was very fast. With the power of his clone, his power was no weaker than a king's child's. Ruan Dongni moved to stop Sun Do from acting violently. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of divine light flickering not far away. She hurriedly shouted to Kuan Mingzi, Junior brother, seize the good fortune first. We'll deal with him later. As she spoke, a terrifying force erupted. A crystalline palm slapped Sun Do's staff, sending him flying. Sun Do did a few somersaults before coming to a stop. Ruan Dongni quickly left with Kuan Mingzi and the others. Their destination was the square area in front of them, where the cold air was astonishing. Yang Wu did not give chase. Ruan Dongni's strength was incomparably terrifying and gave him a lot of pressure. Kuan Mingzi was also extraordinary. If they really fought, all the fortunes here would be taken away by others. Sun Do rushed over and said, What a terrifying woman. The empresses are all extraordinary. Let's continue to seize good fortune, Yang Wu replied. Luo Cheng rushed over and asked, Can I join in? Yangwu looked at him and nodded. Then let's go together. He knew that Luo Cheng was from the Luo Manor. He was also a guest elder of the Luo Manor. The three of them began to rush towards the other square areas. Every square area here contained large amounts of divine items. Some were even true divine items. Every martial god coveted them, but not everyone could obtain them. If they could not break the killing path divine chains, they would not be able to obtain them. Even if they did, they would have to accept challenges from others. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain anything. Yang Wu, Sun Do, and Luo Cheng's team was very strong. 2 thearchs and 1 super martial god joined forces and began to reap rich rewards. There was a place where many herbs grew. A pile had been plucked. There was not much left, and Yang Wu's team took it. More than a dozen high-grade divine meridians were also plucked by them, leaving nothing behind. However, compared to others, they did not obtain many divine meridians. One of the true gods did not kill in the arch-mystic realm. Instead, he plundered outside. He alone obtained dozens of divine meridians. Yang Wu and company did not care who the other party was. As long as they did not attack them, they did not care. They continued to plunder. Others were plundering as well. The thearchs and princesses of the Peace Palace displayed their powerful demeanor. They were the ones who had obtained the most. They were very united. The 100 of them did not scatter. They worked together to plunder the divine treasures in the square areas. The Arch Palace's side had also obtained a lot. Du Xiaojing and her senior brother worked together with the Arch Palace's men. They were like locusts passing through. Wherever they went, they would sweep it clean. They directly used their Arch weapons to break through the killing path divine chains. They were unimpeded. Du Xiaojing wanted to find Yangwu a few times, but she was stopped by her senior brother. This world was filled with killing intent. Once separated, it would not be easy to gather again. As time passed, the true god experts continuously attacked the palace. Many puppets were destroyed by them. They began to open the palace's doors. Someone shouted, "The palace has been destroyed. Everyone, enter the arch mystic realm." As soon as this voice was heard, the super martial gods outside couldn't help but walk over. They were confident that they could protect themselves in front of true gods. They were also envious of the arch mystic realm's inheritance. Whoever obtained the Arch Slayer's inheritance would have a chance to become an Arch. Yang Wu, Sun Do, and Luo Cheng were all tempted. "Big brother, let's barge in too," Sun Do suggested. Yang Wu hesitated for a moment before saying, "That's the only way." He could not afford to lose the mystic essence Qi. If he did not barge in, it might be someone else's. Even if it was filled with danger, he had to barge in. "I won't be going in with you." Luo Cheng was very rational. He decided not to enter. He did not want to be a burden to Yang Wu and Sun Do. "All right, be careful," Yang Wu responded and headed towards the palace with Sun Do. There should be a spatial palace inside. It was just like the 9 great sacred halls of the Medicine God Hall. The real good stuff was definitely inside. The Arch Slayer's palace looked ordinary on the surface. However, after entering, there was indeed something else. It was a vast and boundless world inside. This was a spacious area with a large number of puppet warriors. Every one of them had reached the level of a true god. They held true god weapons in their hands and were ready for battle. When a living creature barged in, they would immediately unleash a powerful attack. In addition, there were also some terrifying soul forces that were madly rushing over here. I have a physical body. I finally have a living physical body. I want to leave this place. I want to leave this place. This is my physical body. Don't snatch it from me. Sob, we can leave this place soon. The Arch Slayer can't trap us anymore. The evil souls that had endured for countless years burst out at the same time. The power they displayed was terrifying. The real gods who had barged in were shocked. Many of the souls were at the level of an intermediate real god. Some were at the level of an advanced real god. There were even some at the level of a top real god. Moreover, there were so many of them that the weak real gods would not be able to handle them. Humph, you souls can have a real body. However, you are far from being able to snatch my real god. Just accept your fate. There are so many powerful souls. They're all my food. They are all mine. These puppet warriors are very powerful when they are integrated with the souls. Everyone, be careful. The real gods who had barged in were not united. Each of them had their own thoughts. In order to obtain the final inheritance, they started to fight fiercely with the puppet warriors and the souls. The puppet warriors were dead puppets that had been refined. However, each puppet was branded with the power of the divine chain of killing path. Hence, their power was not inferior to the real gods. The two sides fought fiercely and the scene was extremely chaotic. In front of them, there was a straight passageway. On both sides of the passageway, there were jasper spring. There were real god level herbs in the jasper spring. Those inlaid on both sides of the passageway were top real god materials. The surrounding space walls were branded with various combat skills and secret skills. They were all seized by the Arch Slayer alone and stored in the passageway. Whoever could stay in the passageway could obtain the inheritance. The real gods were envious of the battle. Regardless of whether they were real gods from five-direction holy halls or outside of five-direction holy halls, they were all using their strongest trump cards. It was a pity that they were real god-level living beings that were less than 3,000 years old. There were no powerful living beings that had lived longer. No matter how powerful they were, they could only cultivate to mid-level real god level. They were the leaders from five-direction real god palaces. With their godly means, it was not easy to sweep through the place. However, it was not difficult for them to protect themselves. This was the most important place in the Arch Slayer's mystic realm. The murderous intent it contained was naturally different. Some real gods had their bodies slashed by the powerful puppet warriors. Their souls that had just been plundered were immediately eaten by the souls. They did not even have the chance to be reborn. Some real gods had their souls forcefully enter the god's courtyard to seize their bodies. It was an extremely intense and chaotic battle. The Hall of Supreme Harmony's real god Zoana was the strongest and most eye-catching. He held a scimitar and charged forward continuously. He slashed the puppet warriors and souls to retreat as he forced his way into the center. The Arch Slayer's inheritance is mine, Zoana said firmly in his heart. The Void Hall Sakura was also a proud disciple of the Void Emperor. He was very strong. He passed through the void and completely bypassed the battle. He headed straight for the center to seize the inheritance. The Heavenly Hall's Shun Tsang, the Imperial Hall's Chu Yuqing, the Medicine God Palace's Qiao Yinyun, and the others were also very strong. However, there was a dark horse that was even stronger. Others could not see his face clearly. With a single punch, he destroyed the puppet warriors and headed straight for the center. Just as he was about to break through, he suddenly stopped and turned back to look. At that moment, Yang Wu and Sun Do had just barged in. Tai Jun from the Void Hall attacked Yang Wu once again. Yang Wu, this time I will definitely not let you escape. Tai Jun was constantly thinking of ways to deal with Yang Wu. Who do you think you are? If you want to deal with my brother, you have to get through me first, Sun Do shouted with high fighting spirit. Sun Do, step back. I will deal with him. Yang Wu stood in front of him and shouted. Just as Yang Wu and Tai Jun were fighting, an extremely domineering fist force blasted in Tai Jun's direction. Only the strongest real gods felt the terror of the fist. A real god from the Void Hall shouted, Tai Jun, step back. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The fist landed heavily on Tai Jun's body. Bang! Chapter 1764. Tai Jun was the Void Emperor's disciple. Even if he was just a disciple in name, he was still extremely powerful. Among so many true god experts, he might not be the strongest, but he was still in the middle. He wasn't someone who could be killed just because someone wanted to. However, when this sudden fist landed on his body, it was like a star landing on his body. Then it became infinitely bigger and directly exploded. He exploded on the spot. His body was shattered. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even his soul no longer existed. One punch, just one simple punch, and a living being who was about to enter the middle true god realm was killed. Moreover, it was the disciple of a great emperor. This was hard to believe. Yang Wu felt this familiar feeling. His eyes kept expanding and enlarging. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Master!" There was only one master that Yang Wu truly acknowledged, and that was Hao Run. Originally, he didn't have a good impression of Hao Run. He didn't see him often and didn't teach him much. However, he played a big role in his life. Now, he felt that the person in front of him must be his master. Even if his figure changed and he couldn't see his appearance clearly, he believed in his own judgment. Other than his master, who else would protect him at this time? Even if Qiao Yinyan knew, she didn't have such ability. As for Hao Run, he hadn't entered the true God realm before. Was it really him? How dare you kill my Void Palace's people? You're courting death. The Void Palace's true disciple, Sakura, who was the proudest disciple of the Void Palace, roared and attacked the person who attacked just now. Sakura was a scholarly man. He was incomparably young, but his cultivation was extraordinarily high. He was a high-level true God expert. When he made a move, he created a heaven and earth anomaly. A large number of puppet warriors were pushed away. The person in front didn't plan to tangle with Sakura. He had already rushed into the depths. Sakura also quickly followed, completely ignoring the puppet warriors that were attacking from the left and right. As the two experts attacked, the others also rushed in. They were afraid that the inheritance inside would be gone if they were slow. Yang Wu also didn't dare to stay in place. The Void Palace didn't only have one true God expert. Qiao Yinyan's voice rang out, "Yang Wu, stay by my side. Let's see who dares to deal with the people of our Medicine God Palace." Qiao Yinyan wasn't the strongest person in the Medicine God Palace, but the true God beside her was. He was a peak monstrous genius specially nurtured by the Medicine God Palace. His name was Jiang Zhanyu. Among the 3,000 years old true God experts, he was definitely a peak existence. He might not be comparable to an emperor like Sakura, but he wasn't too far off. This was also the reason why Qiao Yinyan was so arrogant. "Master, don't worry about me. Hurry up and seize the legacy," Yang Wu transmitted. He had his own matters to attend to and did not want to expose himself to too many people. The mysterious essence Qi was his goal. Unfortunately, in the chaotic battle here, it was really not up to him. There were many puppet warriors and many souls. All of them had the strength of a true god. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. Some super warriors who barged in were split in half by the puppet warriors. They couldn't block them at all. Some puppet warriors also charged toward Yang Wu. Yang Wu held the Yu Yin true god spear to block, but he was still sent flying while vomiting blood. A soul flew over and said with a smile, "This kid's physique is so strong. It's very suitable for me." This soul directly crashed into Yang Wu's God's court, wanting to seize Yang Wu's body. This soul power was very strong. When it entered Yang Wu's God's court, he felt that the entire God's court was about to explode. Fortunately, he had the God's court Dao flower and his soul was not weak. It automatically released a protective defensive power to prevent him from being killed instantly. The soul was extremely proud and shouted, "Not bad, not bad. What a big God's court. It's even a Dao flower with 49 petals. Wonderful. It's the most suitable for my body. Why is there a bead here? Could it be the chaos bead? Chaos bead? No, it should be the chaos lightning bead." The original black demon bead had already begun to evolve. This kind of extreme yang power was the most suitable to deal with this kind of soul. Yang Wu was not afraid of any soul entering the god's court. The other party was simply courting death. With the primal chaos lightning bead around, all evil things were useless. The soul was bombarded and festered, and it kept begging for mercy. However, would Yang Wu let it go? The god's court Dao flower directly absorbed and refined the nutrients in it. During this period, Yang Wu did not guard against the god's court and allowed the other souls to rush in. "With you guys, my soul will definitely be able to grow quickly," Yang Wu thought proudly in his heart. Although he cultivated soul tactics and his soul power increased very quickly, he needed to speed up and become stronger in the face of a great enemy. These souls were undoubtedly the best energy. If it were anyone else, they would explode when true God-level souls rushed into his god's court. But to him, it was not much of a threat. After all, the soul bell was suppressing them. This is a trap. This brat deliberately let me in. Damn it. Damn it. How can someone not die after putting extreme young objects in the God's court? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I've been unhindered in the world for 100,000 years, but I actually fell into this brat's trap. A total of 8 souls entered Yang Wu's God's court. Each of them had true God-level soul power. Even though countless years had passed and a lot of it had been consumed, it was still very powerful. It was not something a God-level powerhouse could resist. Not far away, a few super martial gods had already been occupied by these souls. It was unknown whether they would be replaced. Yang Wu did not need to worry at all. His chaos lightning bead would scatter and purify these souls. Only a part of the remaining soul power would be absorbed by the god's court Dao flower to strengthen it. There would not be any side effects. Moreover, he would obtain precious memory inheritance from these souls. In addition, Yang Wu still needed to fight against the encirclement of the puppet warriors. There were at least 2,000 battle puppets here, if not 3,000. Each of them was a true God-level existence. They wore ancient warrior robes and carried true God-level weapons. Each of them was incomparably precious. As long as he destroyed them, he could obtain the true God-level weapons from them. Yang Wu could not fight these puppets head-on. They did not know pain. It was unwise to fight them head-on. He could only attack when they least expected it. True God Yan's spear blasted a puppet warrior's body, blasting it apart. However, the puppet's battle saber still slashed towards him. Fortunately, he had the void travel technique and escaped from here. Unfortunately, this was the Slayer of the Arch-Mystic realm. The void travel technique's distance was very short. Otherwise, he could directly charge into the center of the main palace. At this moment, he could not care about Sundo. Whether he could obtain good fortune or not depended on his own strength. His eyes caught a glimpse of a top-grade, true, God-level medicine in the divine pool. The medicinal properties it emitted were too rich. Furthermore, it was of the water Xianqi type. If he could obtain it, his strength would rapidly increase. However, he still controlled his desire. There was nothing more suitable for him than Xian Essence Qi. It was not just one top-grade, true, God-level medicine. There were many of them. Each of them was irrigated by the divine spring, and they were growing very well. Many true gods did not try to seize the Slayer of the Arch-Mystic realm. Instead, they rushed towards the true, God-level medicine. To them, it was better to directly increase their own strength than to obtain the inheritance. Just as they thought they could obtain the true, God-level medicine, the power of the killing Dao divine chain suddenly erupted. That was the power of restriction. Anyone who touched it would die. Puff. A true god was directly shredded into pieces by the power of the killing Dao divine chains. Drops of blood fell into the divine spring. The true gods were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they were not so rash. In the next moment, true god-level weapons flew out, covering the sky and covering the earth. They bombarded the power of restriction. It would have been better if they did not do so. After they did so, many killing Dao divine chains erupted together, filling the entire palace. Damn, who did this? The power of restriction here has completely erupted. Hurry up and block it for me. Otherwise, we will all die. Don't hold back anymore. The means left behind by the Slayer of the Arch are too terrifying. If you want to obtain benefits, you have to pay a price. These true gods activated their high-grade, true god-level weapons. There were sword weapons, saber weapons, pagoda weapons, bells. Every single one of them was an extremely precious divine weapon. They clashed with the power of the killing Dao divine chains crazily. Boom, boom. Yang Wu was in the middle of the battlefield. He felt that he was like a small boat that could be destroyed by these powers at any time. Even though he had comprehended the killing Dao, he was not omnipotent. The killing Dao divine chains would still attack him. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that a true god-level weapon was suddenly bombarding his position. This was a high-grade, true god-level weapon. Under the activation of a true god, its power was incomparably terrifying. It was not something that he could withstand. At this time, he had no choice. The power of the immortal root erupted. He took out the electric fork and went head-on with it. Yang Wu was sent flying. However, the true god-level weapon was also hit by the electric fork and shattered on the spot. The result of the collision between an immortal weapon and a true god-level weapon was self-evident. "My divine weapon," a true god roared. He used void techniques to continue bombarding Yang Wu. He wanted to snatch the divine weapon in Yang Wu's hand. This was a top-grade divine weapon. He did not want to let it go. Yang Wu had an additional black pot on his body. It reflected the opponent's power and also blocked the power of the killing Tao. Just as he was about to be killed by the opponent, Yin Yufan from the Cloud Tribe suddenly charged out and blocked the true god's attack for him. "Little guy, this is not a place for you to stay. Hurry up and leave," Yin Yufan reminded him. She had a close relationship with Xiao Yinyan. She definitely did not want Yang Wu to die here. "Many thanks. However, I will not leave," Yang Wu replied and continued moving forward. It was a pity that his power was too weak. He could not even break through these puppet warriors. Even if his soul power was shocking, he could not forcefully break through like those high-grade true gods. "No, if this continues, I will be killed before I reach the center," Yang Wu thought to himself. He had a flash of inspiration and frantically activated the supreme 9 Mysteries formula. "I will not look for you. I will let you out." Chapter 1765. In the Pill Furnace Mystic Realm, Yang Wu had also used the supreme 9 profound arts to attract the profound essence qi. Yang Wu was very clear about the regal 9 profound arts' desire for profound essence qi. He had no way of going in, so he could only give it his all. As long as he absorbed the mysterious essence qi, he would immediately leave this place. He had no choice but to do so. If there was a better way, he wouldn't have chosen this risky method. However, while he was madly urging the supreme 9 Mysteries formula to absorb the mysterious essence qi, the corpse on the throne in the center of the palace seemed to be alive. It was Shadi's corpse. There was a crescent-shaped battle rune on his forehead, emitting a demonic light. The soul energy contained within was extremely powerful. His soul was still alive, but his body had died. He had used another method to survive. However, there was a limit to this method. If he didn't find a suitable body soon, he would disappear completely. Many fishes have come in this time. Finally, there is a suitable body for me. Shadi was looking for his new body. Although it might not be the most suitable, there was no other way. "I'll let you have a taste of my Tao." The Shadi's body stood up. The power between his eyebrows was suddenly released, and the power of the holy chains in the palace burst out at the same time. Swoosh! Divine chains of the Tao of slaughter filled the entire palace, scaring all of the living beings present. Shadi is still alive. We've been fooled. That guy is the Shadi. He's not dead yet. What on earth does he want? No, his physical body has already decayed. What's left is only his soul. Don't hold anything back. Let's destroy him together, and this place will be ours. Let's kill them. We've already come this far. There's no way out. Anna from the Supreme Harmony Palace, Sakura from the Void Palace, Shun Song from the Divine Palace, Chu Yuqing from the Imperial Palace, and that nameless expert were at the forefront. Only when they faced Shadi's pressure did they realize how terrifying he was. However, they were not afraid. At their level, they were not far from the Emperor realm. The so-called Emperor was not a living being above the true God realm, but a living being at the peak of the true God realm, or a living being infinitely close to the immortal realm. There were very few beings who could reach this level. This was also why there were only 5 temples in the God realm. The 5 directional God emperors had already reached the pinnacle of their respective domains. As long as they took that final step, they would become immortals. These life forms in front of him hadn't reached the peak true divinity realm yet. They were only at the high true divinity realm, but that didn't mean they were inferior to peak true divinity life forms. They were in their most powerful state and had the most vigorous vitality. Being able to reach this stage before reaching 3,000 years old, their combat strength was abnormal. They also had all kinds of trump cards. The Shadi was dead. Even if his soul was still intact, they could still deal with him. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Die. Sayana shouted faintly and punched out with both fists. The destructive fist force blasted towards the Shadi. The Tao of Destruction. This was the strongest martial Tao that Sayana cultivated, and it was also one of the top-notch martial Taos. Every punch was like a huge star crushing down. Very quickly, it would explode and destroy everything. Sakura didn't hold back either. He opened his palm, and a terrifying black hole shrouded Shadi. Tao of the Void. Tao of Black Hole. Sakura's strength wasn't something that anyone could understand. Not only was he proficient in the Tao of the Void, but he was also proficient in the Tao of Black Hole. Moreover, Dishian's Tao of Black Hole was imparted by him. Other than that, he had even more powerful trump cards that weren't worth him using at the moment. Shinsong wasn't inferior to Sakura. They were old rivals. Shinsong reached out a huge palm that formed a world and landed on the Shadi, covering the sky with one hand. This was the hand of God. Shinsong's strongest point wasn't his martial Tao, but his gifted superpowers. He had a total of 9 types. This hand was one of his gifted superpowers. He had cultivated it to a terrifying level. Every imperial prince had shocking means. They couldn't be judged by common sense. Chu Yuqing was a lady. She carried a cloak as though she was carrying the sky. She formed a seal with both of her hands. Clear air rose and turbid air sank. Heaven and earth reversed. The lady was Chu Yuqing. This was a popular saying in the divine world. It showed how outstanding her talent was. As for the nameless expert, he didn't use any outstanding talent. He only used his fist techniques. However, the power he unleashed was comparable to a true god at the imperial prince and princess level. 5 peerless experts teamed up to fight the Shadi. Interesting. It's a pity that you're still too weak. The Shadi said in a hoarse voice. Then, terrifying energy exploded from his body. It condensed into a sword and slashed towards them. That murderous intent that made one's hair stand on end carried an unparalleled force as it descended, breaking through the attacks of the 5 experts and heading straight for them. As for the power in the palace, it was also affected by him. It killed all the living beings that came in. The divine weapons of the true gods were sent flying. The tyrannical killing Tao divine chains broke through their defenses and slashed into their bodies, leaving behind wounds. There were even some who were destroyed in body and soul. That was why the Shadi was so terrifying. Yang Wu was also bombarded by the power of these divine chains. However, he had the Hunyuan divine chain art, which allowed him to withstand these attacks. Even if his body was torn apart, he could still grit his teeth and endure it. As long as he could endure it, he would treat it as tempering his body. In addition, he had the immortal liquid to constantly refine and heal his injuries. If it wasn't for the puppet warriors, he would have enjoyed these whips. Seeing this, someone couldn't help but curse, "Pervert!" Yang Wu was indeed perverted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. The Shadi felt it wasn't enough. He roared, "Xian Essence Qi, come here." The Supreme 9 Mysteries formula was operating at an extreme speed, absorbing the energy in the Shadi's glabella. The Shadi could have killed these high-level true gods directly, but he was affected by the Supreme 9 Mysteries mantra, which made him uneasy. He looked at where Yang Wu was and murmured, "Is this the brat? Is he the best body for me? Then come over here." In the next moment, dozens of divine chains bound Yang Wu and dragged him to the center of the palace. "Big brother!" Sundo panicked when he saw Yang Wu being caught. He roared and attacked with the Heaven Fighting Staff. Unfortunately, it was in vain. He was sent flying by the divine chains of Killing Path. In another corner of the palace, Du Xiaojing activated a monarch weapon. It was a trump card left by her father. She could only use it as a last resort. Now that Yang Wu was in trouble, she didn't hide it anymore. "Little Wu, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." An Emperor-level aura was released. It was the Heaven Emperor. Is this the Shadi mystic realm? The Heaven Emperor's shadow appeared and murmured. His eyes were like the sun and moon. He saw everything. A powerful clone is here. The Shadi murmured. He waved his hand, and a large number of divine chains of killing path covered the Heaven Emperor. Each of the divine chains of killing path had the terrifying power to kill all living things. The Heaven Emperor raised his hand and froze all the divine chains of killing path. You and I are separated by a few epochs. It's a pity that we didn't meet in the same era. Now let's spar with our clones. Heaven Emperor said faintly. He dashed toward Shadi and slapped at Shadi with a palm with earth-shattering power. The Shadi also rushed up with his decaying body. He raised his arm and turned it into a killing sword. A beam of sword light swept over. It was as if the world was cut in half by him. Let me see how powerful the Emperor-level figures of the future are, the Shadi said confidently. The two Emperor-level creatures collided, and the majestic aura sent all of the creatures in the palace flying. The Shadi want to clear the place. Countless divine chains of killing path moved according to his will. The true gods here tried their best to stay. They didn't want to join the battle. They wanted to seize the inheritance here. So Anna aimed at a jade artifact. He rushed over with all his might and kept the jade artifact in his arms. He didn't hesitate to take the attack of the divine chains of killing path. Puff! Even a powerful creature like him vomited blood. It was obvious how terrifying the divine chains of killing path were. He wasn't greedy anymore. He took the jade artifact and ran out crazily. Sakura was also the same. He locked onto a battle weapon and grabbed it with his void hand. Not only that, he even swept through a few places and seized some mysterious items before leaving. The others did the same. They wouldn't let go of anything that they could get their hands on. However, a mid-level true god was too greedy. He was turned into a pool of blood by the divine chains of killing path. Even his divine soul was gone. He wasn't the only one. Some weaker true gods and super martial gods were also killed. They were all extremely powerful creatures in the divine world. Anyone who saw them fall would feel heartache. However, there were also creatures with unique treasures who sneaked into the back of the divine chains of killing path. They weren't killed by the divine chains of killing path. This creature was Kuan Mingzi. This guy had unique treasures and was unparalleled in stealth techniques. He had already found the inheritance of the divine chains of killing path. When I get the inheritance, I'll be the new divine chains of killing path, Kuan Mingzi said proudly. However, just as he was feeling smug, a soul quietly entered his mind. If you want to be my successor, you'll have to try and see if you can accept my will. A sinister voice was heard. Kuan Mingzi entered a teleportation place and disappeared from this world. No one knew that he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity or that he had become the divine chains of killing path. As for Yang Wu, he was tied to the pillar by the divine chains of killing path. He couldn't move at all. This pillar is filled with killing intent. It's everywhere, as expected of the divine chains of killing path. As long as I move, I'll be cut into pieces. I can't accept this.